a comment for CAO's report.
Okay.
Madam Reeve, I also have some additions and a cancellation from our agenda. So we have an appointment, a requested appointment today at 10 a.m. from James Jorgensen from Alberta Environment and Parks. Mr. Jorgensen has requested that this appointment be in camera, so we'd put it under section 24 under FOIP.
Okay.
And then we also have another item under SAWA in camera, so that would be under section 16 of FOIP.
Okay.
And then one more addition to the agenda for a spring RMA meeting request. And we'll do that one in camera as well, and that would be under section 21 of FOIP.
Section 21.
Yeah. And then our 11 a.m. appointment from the town of Strathmore. Unfortunately, they could not make it today, so they're going to reschedule for a future council meeting.
We also had a piece of correspondence circulated, a letter from Minister Madhu. We'll add that under correspondence 5.2. Council's just been provided with a paper copy of that. Any other additions or changes?
I'll move accepted as amended.
Councillor Armstrong has moved the agenda. All in favor? Motion is carried. We had the minutes from the regular council meeting of January 14th, 2020.
I'll move them.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. The minutes from the public hearing, January 14th, 2020.
I'll move.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. I'll move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. All in favor? Motion is carried. Call the public hearing for bylaw 2019-32 to order. Welcome. I'll just ask if any member of the public has any objection to any member of council sitting for this public hearing. And if we can just confirm that circulation was done appropriately.
We can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Morning, council members.
Good morning.
This bylaw is to redesignate part of, or 9.77 acres of Northeast 2023-25 from agricultural general district to a direct control district 19. So here's our location, just adjacent to Range Road 255, Township Road 234. The site contains a recreational vehicle storage business, which has been in operation since 2004 and was permitted in 2009. Their DP expired in 2015, and with the updates to the land use bylaw, they need to redesignate in order to continue to have their business on site while still having the residential on site. So this direct control would allow Cell 1 to be a recreational vehicle storage district with outdoor storage as a discretionary use, while Cell 2 would be a residential use. We've circulated adjacent landowners as well as the relevant agencies with no comment. And with this in mind, staff recommends that council move to approve this and move to second and third reading. Thanks.
Thank you. Would the applicant or anybody in support of the application like to speak? Anybody with concerns or opposed to the application? Staff have any final comments?
No.
Council have any questions? We'll close the public hearing for bylaw 2019-32. Council can consider second and third reading.
I'll move second reading.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Councillor Eichert has moved third reading. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll open the public hearing for bylaw 2019-37.
So prior to this public hearing, since the report has been submitted, we have received some letters, one in support and one in opposition. If council would like to read them, we have copies to distribute.
Please, thank you.
And if anyone in the gallery would like, we have extra copies as well. No. And if you could give notice when you're finished reading the letters, thanks.
Pardon, sorry?
And you could just give me notice when you're finished reading
You
the
bet,
letters.
thank you. Everybody ready? Is everybody ready? I think we'll proceed. Thank you.
This is a public hearing for bylaw 2019-37 to redesignate 40 acres from agricultural general district to public utility district within Southeast 142722 west of the 4th. This is to accommodate the construction of a new municipal sewage lagoon, which would service the hamlet of Rosebud. Subject site is about 2 kilometers to the west of Rosebud. And the sewage lagoon on plans would be located on the east side of the parcel. with a force main coming from a pump station on the west side of Rosebud, and then a pipe to take the effluent from the sewage lagoon south to an outfall on the Rosebud River. It should be noted that the circulation for this, we expanded our radius to 2 miles rather than 1 mile so that we could include all of the residents of Rosebud in the circulation. This redesignation generally aligns with the policies of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, the Regional Growth Management Strategy, as well as the Land Use Bylaw. With this in mind, staff recommends that council move to approve this redesignation. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak in favor of the application? Anybody with concerns or opposed? If you can just come to the microphone and state your name. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Ross Collins, and my wife and I own the adjacent quarter to the east of the proposed site, butting right up to the proposed site. I did submit this letter here that you just passed out. I realize, you know, that something has to be done there for Rosebud, but I do probably have some of the same concerns that the people of Rosebud would have if the lagoon was being built right at Rosebud. Now I realize, of course, that there is issues with the Rosebud River and having to stay away from there, and so they do have to run a long distance to handle that problem. I guess my concerns are because we own that property that it's butting right up to, that pretty much eliminates any opportunity for our family to build in there, and I do have kids that are proposing that. And I guess the other issues are, you know, typical for a lagoon, you know, the odor and everything that goes along with that. Now if you read the letter, I'm not 100% opposing a lagoon being built. I'm just concerned about the location of it. And when I looked at the diagram, if you look at the one sketch of it, there is an area in the very southwest corner of that quarter that because that lagoon is about 5.8 acres in size, it looks to me like that area could very well handle that lagoon, and it would not mean much difference that I can see other than the fact that it's taking it further away from our property, a little further, probably not much further, I guess, from the hamlet of Rosebud, taking it a little farther away from the existing residence that is on our property. And it wouldn't involve any more oil field pipeline crossings or anything like that. So I was proposing that perhaps that site be looked at instead of the proposed site. There is government road allowance on the south and the east side of the quarter where this is proposed. So there wouldn't be access or any other issues of where to run the pipeline on any private land. And so I guess that's about it. And I think you can probably see by the sketch there is a wetland in that proposed area there. And I mean, that's it's not something I'd make a big deal about, but I don't know if it would cause you any problems down the road with the environment with putting that on a wetland. There is a wetland there that is sometimes not arable, so it does exist. So anyways, I'm just proposing that the site be moved, and I would just like to go on record as saying I am opposed to the proposed site, but I would be okay if they would consider moving it to that other location. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to go ahead?
Could I ask staff to pull an ortho up of that section? I've not been down that road allowance yet.
Oh, you want on Muni side? You can see from the aerial here that the road allowance runs along the south. So it's email, right?
Sorry.
Just to counsel, while our planner is going on to Muni site here to draw a clear image on page 43 of your agenda package, just if you could put your attention there, we do have a figure that delineates road allowances. It actually shows the wetland, and you can just see some more detailed plans before we get into the parcel here.
Get there. We will get there.
It's right here.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello, Blair. Oh, I can zoom out just to show down here. This is the parcel in question, with the road allowance to the south and to the east.
Just a couple questions for Ross, if he wouldn't mind.
Mr. Collins, do you mind a couple questions? Councillor Kester just has a couple of questions. Do you mind? Sure. Thanks so much.
Morning, Ross.
Hi.
That, where you're proposing, that's still high ground there, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a fairly flat piece there.
Yeah.
And then just to the west of where I'm proposing, then it goes up, more into the hills
Okay.
there. But that whole quarter there is pretty flat.
I've never been back there. I just kind of took for granted it belonged to the other parcel.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. And I don't know, I did obtain the sketch of the proposed site, which is up in there somewhere. And there is a wetland there, which is contained in that. This is where I was proposing that it be down here because it's only 5.8 acres apparently for the lagoon, which I think there's plenty of room there. There's a government road allowance there and one there. So the pipeline could easily just continue here instead of going up here, and I don't think the distance is much different. That way it would get it a little further away, like if we wanted to have a building site here, it would get it, we wouldn't be right across the fence from, or whatever from it. It would get it further away from this property farther away from this road and a little, well, not much further away from Rosebud. It's about the same distance.
See if my little. And to build here, it's, can't really build there because there's a gas well there, right?
That's correct. There's not enough room to build in between there. That's more than a gas well. It's actually a compressor station. So it's unsuitable there. Eventually, if we ever build, it would be here because there's the access here and the room. That's a little bit in the future, but I do have kids and grandkids and limited amount of places.
I don't see any reason why.
Get you
I
to
was
turn
just
your
gonna
mic on.
ask Mike what's wrong with it.
Morning, Council. So just some history background on this site. We actually picked, well, this wasn't our original site. We had a couple others that we did investigate, one being right inside Rosebud. We wanted to keep it close hand because of the flood fringe and flood areas that was deemed not feasible. We looked east of town as well as west. East was a problem because of crossing the Rosebud River, channeling underneath that. So we drove east here, or west, and located this property here, knowing that there was adjacent landowners, as there usually is, that we have to look at and ensure we meet the setbacks and that sort of thing. We chose that site up in the northeast corner primarily because of the lay of the land. You can see there is a wetland in there, but we've designed the lagoon around that to not affect that. We'll work around that. Also, the access to the county road allowance there, the actual developed road is important for us to be able to access the site for maintenance or for upkeep and that sort of thing. Looking at the southwest corner, we looked at the whole quarter. There is a lower area. You can see the drainage channels that go through there. It not only limits where we can build it right now, but also we'll have to look at future expansion of the site and the lagoon in the future there. So looking at the northeast corner, it was a more preferable site for it. We looked at the setbacks. So there's a 300-meter setback for residential from a house to the lagoon, to any wastewater facility. So where we're going to situate that, we actually pushed it as far west as we could in the quarter parcel that we're looking at subdividing off. There is still a fair amount of distance, actually 300 meters, between the buildable site, even on Mr. Collins' land there, and where we'd be looking at the lagoon. You can see it wouldn't be able to be pushed right up against the property line if you were to put a dwelling there, but there is ample room in that section to build a dwelling if need be. So those are kind of considerations we took into play. We have geotechs on that land right now showing it's a pretty tight spot where we pushed it right up against that wetland as close as we can, but it does allow quite a bit of expansion to the west, which I'm not sure putting it into the southwest corner we'd have that same ability if we were looking to expand. You can see the multiple drainage channels going across that land. So those are all the considerations for why we picked this site and this location on this parcel.
So how many meters would it be if we put it where it is to the corner, to a building site on Ross's land?
I asked that question and I was told 200.
200?
Yes.
I believe that is correct. So there'd be like I say, it wouldn't be able to be put right against the undeveloped road allowance there if Mr. Collins was to build a house on the east side of that road allowance. But there is ample room to put it a little bit east of there.
So it's 200 meters to the road allowance.
Approximately, yeah. I don't have the
Okay,
exact
so-
measurement here.
You would build a little bit more away, would be a little more.
You said the word expansion there too, then that all of a sudden concerns me. What do you think of the possibilities that that's afterwards is all of a sudden going to get bigger and bigger, Mike?
Through the chair, that's always a consideration when we build a wastewater facility. We don't want to have to relocate this in the future if we were to expand it. I mean, there's no future plans right now of it. We're building it for quite a bit larger than we need already. So, but, I mean, to look into the future, it's unpredictable, so we want to make sure we have everything accounted for when we do the initial design.
Can you just draw out a little bit, Mike, up there where our 40 acres is? Please. You got a pen there? Or?
You have that one overlay. We can kind of, yeah, that one.
If you pull up page 43, and then page 44 shows more in relation to the wetland where it
Yeah,
will
but
be.
it doesn't tell me where it's in the quarter, really. Can overlay that picture on that one, I would be a lot happier.
Approximately there.
Yep.
A little bit farther. Yeah, so give or take around that size and location. So the lagoon will be far east edge, be approximately here. If there was a dwelling farther up near the road here, that's about 330 meters there. It's the northeast corner of that lagoon. So when we were determining the location for this, that's why we actually did push it. One, to avoid this pipeline right of way, but also to allow some sort of building area in here. That's why we kind of relocated a little bit to the south here, just try and make it work with everyone involved. So even the far east portion of this property would allow a development to occur there.
And to go further south, we've got a pipeline there, that would be very good.
That's right. There's pipeline here. Like I say, these drainage channels off the bat got us concerned as far as having to relocate them or alter this low area here. Definitely with this major channel through it, we could avoid that. So we're looking at limited development space here. And if we could alter that channel there, it's at 12 acres there. So that's kind of, I mean, not a whole lot of expansion area in there. That's primarily why we picked this spot. Right of ways, moving pipelines is very expensive, and access to the road, we'd have to build a road still down here. So there is some compromises, I guess, that we did to try and make it fit in this area. But looking at the available locations, this is kind of our best case scenario that we could find.
We have another ratepayer who would like to speak.
Through the chair, while we're still got that map up there, we own that land?
No. We have an option to purchase this land through the landowner.
So I know it would cost a little more pipe, but what's wrong with this area over here? It's another half mile.
Yeah, and it was the access, I believe.
Still have access from here, from the road allowance.
Yeah, yeah.
But you just have more pipe.
Right. And it was when we had done the initial design. Like I say, it all played into the equation of how we picked this land. We were going to do a discharge straight down this right-of-way to the river here. So that's how that was played. This one had a little bit more issues with the coulee here and that sort of thing. Like I say, we can solve anything with money. This is the most economical way we could do it. We could put it over here, but we haven't done analysis on how much additional cost to siphon through here. And truthfully, we had this land about 4 or 5 years ago. I don't recall if this was even an option through the current landowner, if they were willing to do it. This one was one that they suggested, this one that we went forward with, so. I mean, if council does want to reinvestigate that, other options on this, it's a possibility. We do have an application in for the lagoon with funding and that sort of thing, and have all the geotechs done. So there's been a fair amount of work done and money spent on this land right here, but it's basically a council direction on that one.
That's a mile away to move it where that would be, those road, that's 1 mile, yeah. That's a harder,
Quite a bit harder.
hole
with-
to get it into the river.
For sure, yeah. That's why this one was a straight draw and a better, a smoother transition in there. We wouldn't have to deal with all the undulations here.
I mean, wind-wise, it's good. Prevailing winds.
Unfortunately, being in a river bottom like this with the community, it's limiting our available options for a solution on
hills.
this.
Don't forget the hills.
Well, exactly right.
Yeah.
No
Thought that was
perfect
such a nice
situation on this
place
one.
we had.
Any other questions for Mr. Collins? You'd like to speak?
Just a note before I sit down, both of those quarters are the same landowner. So there's no issues with encroaching on a different landowner. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
Rex Harwood, Wheatland County, Rosebud area. Obviously, I am on this map here. Can I steal your pointer, Ben? So that's, council.
Thank you.
That's my house there. So Glenn had also mentioned that is there a spot somewhere in here for that lagoon? There is a compressor station there, and I would probably lay on the road if he built it there because I wouldn't want it there.
I was thinking of a building site for Ross, not for
Oh,
the lagoon.
oh, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Because of pipelines and gas wells and drainage, we're limited to what we can pick, and so is Ross because
Yeah.
of the pipelines and stuff.
Okay. So, so 40 acres is what you're trying to redesignate. Right there, you've kind of got a little square drawn, and it's showing at 11.75 acres. And if 5 point some acres is built to exceed what your needed capacity is and you still need room to expand, I think this little polygon here is underestimated. I think there's quite a bit more room there. You could probably get it up to closer to 20 acres and still have it up against that property line. I don't see why that wouldn't work. So my question through the chair is, what is the estimated cost of putting it there? And what's the estimated cost and where was it going in Rosebud? So what were those two comparisons?
So my understanding in Rosebud, there wasn't a feasible site.
Well, yeah, but what was, you wouldn't know that unless you knew what the cost was.
Through the chair, we looked at both expanding the field and building a lagoon, but because of the flood fringe, I don't even believe we got to a cost in that because there was so many detrimental factors in putting it in a flood fringe. I don't even know if we would have gotten Alberta Environment approval on putting it in that location. It was taken off the table pretty early when we started looking at these options.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, I guess with any landowner's frustration, and it wouldn't matter if it was me living there, Ross, or any one of you, you know, sometimes it's a hard pill to swallow that you've got to deal with your neighbor's stuff and it's not your stuff. So I'm sure Rosebud's in favor of this because it's not in their community. So it's pretty easy to be in favor of something that they don't have to really deal with. They don't have to look at it. It's not in their backyard. So I did phone Mike the other day and express some of my concerns, and I'm kind of with Ross too. I really don't want it there, but I'm more of the opinion that the only way we're going to be successful is to try and work together and figure out a solution here. So I guess one concern is, Ross and I discussed before as well, is maybe some property value it may hurt some of that property value, especially if they build a house there or I want to sell mine. So that's definitely a concern. If you guys did move forward, I guess I would want some conditions put in place, such as mature trees put in, not 25-year going to be big and bushy. I want mature trees put in sooner than later, and possibly a berm. I think that would help, at least not having to deal with some of the wind coming off of it, or having to look at it, and it might hold the smell and it might not, but I think it's a reasonable request. And then during construction of the lagoon, I would want some sort of a dust abatement, and then moving forward after that, depending on what the traffic would be, I'm guessing there's probably going to be zero, next to none. But if there was considerable traffic, I would want continued dust abatement. But I guess I still am with Ross. I would like to maybe just see if there's any possibility of pushing this over to here, because I think it's still, you know, I still think you can get to 20 acres, which still should give you plenty of room to expand and move. But with that, is there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
That's a fancy one.
Okay, a couple questions for staff. We got any grant for this yet? Have we got approval or?
Through the chair, no, they haven't made I understand that they are getting close to a decision on that, but we probably won't hear until mid-April, from what I understand.
If we were to change locations, what would that do?
As far as the design, we'd have to go back, obviously, and redesign for the new property, do a geotech. I'm not sure if the environmental studies that we've already done for the planning department would be likely to have to be redone for sure on I'm not sure if historical resources or that sort of thing, but a number of studies would have to be done. Likely extend the process by about 6 months from what I estimate.
And plus a cost.
Well, and like I say, that'll be, if we're looking at a different parcel, if we're looking at a different location on this parcel, that'll contribute to that as well. If we're looking at going to the west, as suggested here, definitely more costs in piping and potential lift stations, depending on what the lay of the land is over there. We'd have to look at the access for this too, extending that out. So there'll be additional costs, definitely, on that. What those are, I don't know at this time.
Through the chair to staff, what would be the, from the sound of it, if a site was moved, you've basically got to redo it. So you're saying six months, 8 months. What would be the consequences to the hamlet of Rosebud if this was held up another year?
Well, initially it'll be continuing on with our pumping process where we pump the effluent or transport it to Gleason and Clooney. We'd have to continue that for another year, depending on development that's waiting for the approved solution. That would be delayed, any sort of development that's waiting there. There's a couple that are in the works as of right now, so those would be delayed as well. The funding, I'm not sure if we lose location or even parcels. I'd have to confirm with AT if that requires a new application or not.
Councillor Berger had a question.
I'm just looking at the map because I really don't, not that great at distances and stuff, but it looks like the lagoons in Carsland are actually closer to Carsland than this would be to even that new, even if you put a new house there. That we have housing closer to the, and I actually haven't had the complaints. Wind direction isn't, I don't know, maybe it's more favorable for us, but. I'm terrible at this site. Trying to get it to work.
So, yeah, for reference, these are the Carsland Lagoon sites are here.
Yeah, so how many feet from Carsland is that?
Just about 360 meters. So, yeah, about
About the same.
1,200 feet. Yeah, so our estimates for the adjacent parcel to the east would be about 300-ish meters from the lagoon.
Yeah.
I know Rocky Ford's closer too, but there was mention of compensation. Our setbacks do go into another property. I've always don't like enforcing setbacks on somebody. Gas companies do it all the time with their gas wells and pipelines. I'm just wondering if there's any possibility if we leave it where it is, and if staff can come to some sort of an agreement with the landowners for a little bit of compensation, or does council even want to go down that road? Because it's going to be a considerable cost to move it. It's already a long ways from Rosebud. I hate to put it longer, but that's even a possibility. We even want to think about it.
Well, council, there's a ratepayer that would like to comment again. Council, in agreement?
Sorry, through the chair, just before you comment on that, and Ross and I just had a quick comment there, but I'm not looking for compensation. The only compensation I'm looking for is that you put conditions on the property such as the mature trees, possibly the berm, some mitigation. You might need to put a security fence around it. I wouldn't mind the dust abatement through construction. Like I said, I'm willing to work. I don't, and I appreciate the counselor of the area bringing that, because I think that, you know, in some cases that might be it. We're not looking for compensation. We're just asking that maybe you meet some of those conditions and we can be amicable between all parties. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So just to council for your consideration, conditions fall at the development permit stage, just for your information.
But if they're on record at the public hearing, then they can be moved over to that as a concern at that time.
Through the Reeve, we've made notes on all of them. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Just clarification on setback. I think it's in meters, right, for Alberta Environment? The setbacks requirements, it was feet and meters we talked about here, so I believe it's 300 meters.
Yeah, so setback requirements under the guidelines for municipal wastewater are 30 meters for from a wastewater lagoon, or 30 meters for the property line, 30 meters for a rail line, 100 for a secondary highway, and a building site for a school, hospital, or residential use is 300 meters.
Gotcha. Okay.
Clarification.
Yeah, so they're okay.
So if my thoughts, if we're considering looking somewhere else, I need to know the investment we've put in so far, money-wise, time-wise, to do the due diligence.
Before we go down that road, I think if they're looking more in the way of an enhanced with a berm and some trees, I think that's that. If they're okay with that, I would be more than happy to do that. And like you say, it comes at development stage. We make sure those concerns get brought up when the development permit comes. And yeah, I think just, yeah, I would be happy. Ratepayers are happy.
Look at what the option would be.
Yeah.
See where that option.
Through the chair, I think my understanding from what staff has said, they've already gone through that process, looked at the two sites. This was a more amicable site. Didn't mean that the other site wasn't workable. It's just that this was more. So they've gone through most of that process. If they switch it, then it would cost you would have to go through a new environmental study and all that process for that site. So I was happy to hear your response when you talked about not taking compensation, because if you just said you were taking compensation, then you're in here for the wrong reasons. So the reasons you're in here for is your quality of life in that area. And if you're willing to work with, if council's willing to work with you, make sure that there's some not fully mature trees, but some bigger trees, so that within a couple of 3 years, you've got a good, not those little sticks that take 30 years, and a berm. I can live with it. But
I know we started a shelter belt at Severn Dam. There were smaller trees as a demo site. We could ask Ag Service to do the same thing there, but like a real shelter belt in with three different rows of trees, different kinds, and maybe start off with a little bit bigger tree in one row. And council's amenable to that. I don't have a problem.
Any other questions or comments for the public hearing? Does staff have any final comments?
No final comments.
Close the public hearing for bylaw 2019-37. Council can consider further readings.
I'll move second reading.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move, okay, like that, I'll move it.
Move third and final reading.
Counselor Bigger has moved third reading. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks, Megan. We'll move to,
That line?
sorry,
That's okay.
we'll move
Thinking
to,
out loud.
okay. We'll move to consideration of first reading for bylaw 2019-35.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Scooch down to the map. So this bylaw, 2019-35, is the first reading to redesignate 0.17 acres of Block 3, Plan 6742BQ from Public Utility District to Parks and Rec. It's within the hamlet of Rosebud, just on the corner of Comstock Street and Martin Ave. So a gazebo was constructed by the residents of Rosebud on a county-owned parcel adjacent to the subject parcel. Let me just scooch down there so you can see it right there. Once completed, the structure was actually found to be encroaching onto the adjacent parcel owned by TELUS. In order to resolve the encroachment issue, County Council approved the budget necessary to allow administration to enter discussions with TELUS to purchase the land. Negotiations to purchase the 0.17 acres of the affected parcel concluded in late 2019, which now enabled the county to submit an application to redesignate that area of land to Parks and Rec in order to accommodate a future subdivision and consolidation with the adjacent county parcel. Staff did a preliminary review of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, the Regional Growth Management Strategy, and the Rosebud Area Structure Plan, which has not revealed any obvious concerns. So staff is recommending option 1, that first reading of bylaw 2019-35 be granted, and that the public hearing for this bylaw be scheduled for March 3rd. Council also has the option to refuse it or to approve an alternate recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council's wishes. Looking for first reading.
First reading.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved first reading for bylaw 2019-35. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Motion is carried. Schedule the public hearing.
I'll move that the public hearing for 2019-35 be scheduled for March 3rd, 9 o'clock.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Move to consideration of first reading for bylaw 2020-04.
This bylaw 2020-04 is the first reading to amend the land use bylaw 2016-01 to update highway commercial, hamlet mixed use, and hamlet commercial land use districts, specific use regulations, and the definitions regarding cannabis stores as a use. So staff was directed with the legalization of cannabis to obtain feedback from county residents on the regulation of cannabis sales within the county. An online survey was posted on the county's website from the end of October to mid-December. There was a focus on obtaining responses from hamlet and community members where there were parcels already designated commercial or industrial. There were 88 respondents, which equates to about 1% of Wheatland County's population. A summary of the findings is attached to this RFD. Staff presented the survey results to the January 7th, 2020 Planning and Priorities meeting and drafted the attached bylaw based on the feedback received. The public hearing for this bylaw, if granted, will be, if the date for this public hearing is scheduled, it will be advertised on the county's website and the Strathmore Times and Drumheller Mail in order to reach as much of the population as possible. So, I believe the bylaw is proposing to add cannabis store as a definition. It's adding a cannabis store section, which just says that cannabis shall not be consumed on in a store, and the cannabis store must comply with the provincial minimum setbacks, which at this time are 100 meters from a school, from a provincial health facility, and from a parcel designated as a school reserve. And staff is recommending that cannabis store be added as a discretionary use in commercial highway, in Hamlet mixed use, and in Hamlet commercial districts. Thank you very much.
Council's wishes.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Armstrong has moved first reading. Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Schedule the public hearing.
I'll move. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll move the public hearing for March 24th, 2020 at 9 a.m.
Councillor Bigger has moved. Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Can I ask, I was wondering if planning and priorities, if we can have the cannabis, like grow ops, that were designated just to Wheatland, WSB, if we could, or SP, if we could actually have it looked at again to see if we could have it at any other areas. So changing land use for all of commercial cannabis, designating it different areas. We can just have it looked at again?
Sure, okay. And we'll follow up as well with that as well with you. Okay.
Thank you.
I do see our 10 o'clock appointment is here. I think we're going to move to that. We'll move into, I'll move that we move into closed session under FOIP section 24 for an appointment with James Jorgensen. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Go off site.
I'll move that we come out of camera. All in favor? Motion is carried. A motion to accept the presentation as information.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.1.5, bylaw readings for an amended new nuisance and unsightly property bylaw. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. Thanks, Hugh, for seeing me this morning. So I'm presenting this morning an updated version of the nuisance and unsightly property bylaw 2020-09. What we have now took out some sections regarding numbers of registered vehicles in hamlets or named areas. This bylaw will reintroduce the section that would restrict the number of unregistered vehicles allowed on a property to 2 within those hamlets or named areas. But it also allows for discretion to be used by the enforcement officers in determining whether or not more than 2 vehicles would actually meet the criteria of unsightly as based on the other criteria. Section has been added under the remedial orders section, granting authority to the chief administrative officer or designate to make amendments to remedial orders, but keeping the original timelines for remedial orders intact. And there's also a procedural change in here with revisions to the Provincial Offences Procedure Act 2 years ago. Fines up to $1,000 can now be done by way of a Part 3, which is similar to a traffic ticket, with a fine specified. And the bylaw still read as a Part 2, which would make it a warrant of arrest if someone were to not show up and pay. So that is the essence of what I'm bringing forward. And yeah, any questions?
Any questions on the proposed bylaw? I know in our planning and priorities meeting when we were looking at amending the bylaw, we had some discussion around whether the 2 unregistered vehicles would be just in hamlets and named areas, or if that would be consistent throughout the county. So the proposed bylaw has it designated for within named areas and hamlets. So just so everybody's aware of that. Council's wishes.
I'll move first reading.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved first reading. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move second.
Councillor Kester has moved second reading. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move permission.
Councillor Armstrong has moved permission to proceed to third and final reading. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously.
I'll move third and final reading.
Councillor Eichert has moved third reading. Any final discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you for your work on that.
Have a good day.
We will recess for lunch. What time do we want to come back? 12:45?
Sure.
We'll break till 12:45. Dark fiber project. We did come up with like consensus around what kind of governance structure with some legal advice that may work the best for that group. An action plan's been established with some fairly firm dates, and I should be able to provide an update in the next 1 to 2 months on whether that will go forward or not. We had some good open houses for the IDPs in Hazar and Standard. We actually did have like some small attendance, but some turnout with some good questions and some interest in what IDPs are and why we were doing them. The Ag Services Board meeting, I do have a resolution I would like to bring out of that for council to consider. I'll deal with that right now, actually. So I would like council to consider putting forward a resolution on the Alberta Farmland Trust to the fall RMA. I know Councillor Kester had spoken to potentially taking it to ASB first. I did review some of the ASB resolutions, and they had also gone to RMA previously, at least one I remember. So what I would like us to consider is working on it with the help of administration. I did get a digital copy of Mr. Carscallen's report that he had given us paper copies of that day, and he's given us permission to use that as background material to draft a resolution. If we could take that to RMA in the fall, then my hope was that we could kind of concurrently bring it to the ASB provincial conference in January, so that we could kind of have that two-pronged approach to the province. But we would need some administrative time to work on the resolution. So I would move that council develop a resolution regarding an Alberta Farmland Trust for the fall RMA. So I'm open to any discussion on that. Silence.
So we're going to use the same one for Ag Services Board too?
I think we could, yeah.
But
The
maybe
work
your
would be done
motion
already.
should read a little bit differently then.
So a resolution to be brought forward to the fall RMA and the ASB provincial conference in January. Amend it to that.
Yeah.
I'm happy to include that. I think the requirements would be similar whether it's going to RMA or the ASB. The formats were very similar. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. I will forward the digital copy to administration for use in drafting a resolution. I'll leave the stuff with Wheatland Housing Management Board for Councillor Custer as chair to go over in more detail. Deputy Reeve Clausen and I did have a good meeting. We've referenced it a little bit already with MLA here, Alberta Environment and a compost company. It was an interesting meeting. The Provincial Ag Services Board conference was really interesting. It was my first time attending a conference for the provincial ASBs. I found the speakers very interesting. I learned a lot. The resolution sessions were interesting and some good things to bring forward for advocacy from those. Very dynamic speakers with just really infectious enthusiasm for Alberta agriculture and the value-added products that can come out of that. I believe notes were forwarded as well for that conference call with RMA to update on the growth management boards. We continue our advocacy with municipal affairs regarding that. And the only thing that I missed putting on my report was the evening of January 31st. Some of us did attend the Business Excellence Awards hosted by the Strathmore District Chamber of Commerce, and just tip my hat to the group that organized that. It was a phenomenal evening. I think what was most meaningful to me is how you could see in some of the business owners how impacted they were by being recognized. Like, they were quite emotional, and it was really meaningful for them to see that recognition. Like, I think to the Customer Service Award, how impactful that was, and then a recognition of a long-standing business with Strathmore Floral. It was a really well-organized evening. So unless anybody has any questions, I will move my report.
Just kind of screening through.
Yes.
Manager of Agriculture and Environment's report, you got down 50 kilometers of new road construction.
That would have been out of his report.
95, yeah. I'm thinking you're meaning mowing. I don't know what.
I don't know. I shared highlights out of the manager's report because I thought it was interesting for people to know. Like, it was such a good summary of what our Ag Services department does. So I thought it was good for people to know. I'd have to look back to his report to know, or we could ask Russ.
And on January 21st, you had a meeting to discuss development.
Yeah, you were invited to it.
I wasn't here, though. What happened?
Oh, basically a developer shared some requirements that they have for a potential industrial development. They were meeting with multiple municipalities over a few days. So basically our administration put together packages outlining sort of services, potential areas in the county, some information on our development processes. I think I have it here, actually. And we haven't heard back. So it was more just an exploratory meeting to see if we have any sites that might work for this development. So basically, we just provided an overview of the county, some of our competitive advantage, information on our economic development strategy and implementation, our new WC brand, like I referenced already, our development processes, and then some in-depth information regarding mill rates, some comparisons between ourselves and some adjacent municipalities.
Why the meeting with council?
He had requested it.
We have I have ratepayers that, and I always tell them go to staff for the preliminary type meeting. I don't know if I really want to get They take our ratepayers, they want to come in and do something, come straight to council instead of coming to staff. I think it's more appropriate to vet it out with staff first. Not proper process, in my way of thinking.
I'm open to council direction. It's a potentially significant industrial development. I was happy to meet with them and just showcase some of the things that our county has to offer, but I'm open to direction on, I don't know if administration has any direction on what's most appropriate. I typically do point people in direction, and our staff certainly prepared the package. There was just, I think 4 of us were available that morning to meet with the developer.
No, it's not appropriate.
I'm just trying to think of ways why it's deemed wrong, but I don't know. I guess if I had a large business. It's the first time we've been asked. I never even thought of anything of it.
Over the years of being here, we've had numerous requests, but it's always been staff. Been very few that got a concept type meeting after they met with staff. Muirfield was one. Can't think of any others off the top of my head.
That councillors met with? That councillors directly met with them?
Yeah, they had a presentation before the open house, type things like that. That was a big development, but it started off going to staff, and staff recommended that being such out of the ordinary that they would come to council with this concept plan if we're even open to it. Since then, we've done our land use differently, and we do much the same process for first readings now. As our process has changed, we do first readings.
So one of my top priorities for Wheatland County is investment attraction, and I was looking at it from the perspective of a developer who was meeting with mayors and reeves across the province. He had requested to meet with me. I opened it up to council just because I thought it would be good for different people to hear kind of what the requirements are, what some of the concept is around their proposed development. And unless there's something in the MGA that precludes me, or our code of conduct, procedural bylaws, that type of thing, for meeting with developers, I'm happy to meet with developers, showcase what we have in our county. I think we are ideally located. We are doing a huge push with our economic development, and in that department, I think we're doing some excellent work, and I want to showcase that. And if it takes a few minutes, a little bit of time, I'm happy to meet and answer questions and show some of that information.
I'm not going to say anymore.
Okay. Any other questions regarding my report?
Cautionary comment. I think it's all right on certain instances. I know where Glenn's coming from. I think the big thing that you have to be cognizant of is that when it happens, if you're meeting with a big developer and it's just the reeve, deputy reeve, and it's just a quick one-off, does your land use allow for this? Or with the staff, I think the staff should be there with them. The one caution I would have, though, when you do it, that if you're sitting there with 4 council, you have quorum. And the developer knows that. So when they do come back in, if you've given him the idea that that we are accepting of what he's doing, it doesn't always go good for you.
Just to be clear on the intent of the meeting, there was nothing about whether, there was no discussion around approvals or whether it would be permitted or where it would fit. It was nothing like that. It was more information, and anyone else who was there is welcome to chime in. It was more about, this is kind of what we're considering, the developer saying, these are what our needs, we're considering this area for these reasons, that type of thing. We gave no indication other than these are kind of our processes. We went through redesignation, rezone, or subdivision, development permit. It was more just an information sharing thing. There was absolutely no indication of whether things would be permitted. The developer's fully aware of the processes that are in place and that they would be required to go through those processes.
Yeah,
So-
they were more asking like, where do the railroads go? Where are your aerial structure plans? Where it was more information that probably was given to him in a paper form, but
Yep.
he did meet with us. But I have met with developers before, not like developers, like big company ones, but I have met, if they're in my division, I've met with them. I haven't found anything wrong with them. Once it goes to staff, then I don't see them, so.
Yeah, no, I don't have it, like, I've had the same thing, they've come to me and I've talked to them, said, yeah, we've got an industrial area, we've got, this is what's available, go talk to staff, they can fill you in on
It kind of was like that,
Yeah,
actually,
that kind
really.
of, yeah.
It really wasn't, but,
But it's just a caution.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
and
it's
I
a
understand the caution. And I don't really want to do anything wrong.
Absolutely.
Stay with the code of conduct. Anyway.
Any other questions? I guess the last thing I'll comment on, we did have that CMRB workshop on January 31st. Calthorpe and Associates did present 3 kind of conceptual scenarios at that meeting. There was some interesting discussion. We were broken down into groups, like assigned groups, and did breakout discussions around the 3 preliminary scenarios. That was eye-opening, to say the least. So, if there's no other questions, all in favor of my report? Motion is carried. Deputy Reeve?
Yes. My report's on page 108 of the package. Pretty much everything's been covered. The one thing I want to, with this discussion about composting, been talking to Brian a little bit about this too, about the Canadian Compost Council of Canada, and we have membership in various organizations. I think it'd be really valuable for us to have something in that. Talking to Alberta Environment and Parks, they're talking about rolling out their first draft of that coming up into a conference in March 2nd and 3rd in Calgary. So what they have is, Canadian Compost has various levels. For a small municipality, benefits of membership would be $645. And then there's a conference in Calgary, workshop on March 2nd and 3rd, which is $275 for non-members or $200 for members. But with everything that we've been doing with the composting, I think it'd be pretty valuable to be able to share that story with other people and be able to network and let other municipalities know. And I think that's basically the self-regulating body of composting in Canada. So I think it'd be invaluable to have that. So.
And that's when they're doing that code,
Yes,
changing
the
of the code.
first
So you
draft
could
is-
have some input to
It'd be
that,
neat,
or we could have some.
interesting to see how it rolls out
Yeah.
and what the response is. So I was gonna make a motion that council approve attendance for myself to attend the Compost Matters Workshop in Alberta at Calgary, March 2nd and 3rd. March 3rd, there's a council meeting as well that I would miss, so. So
Are
basically,
you suggesting membership as well?
I think it'd be valuable to have the membership part of it too.
And what does membership get you other than the discount on the, like, I don't know, they just keep you updated, or what do they do?
Newsletters and things like that, yeah.
Membership has its privileges.
Trademark that?
Trademark that, yeah.
I think it's invaluable, but will the council.
Discussion?
I'll second it. If, after a year, membership for a year anyways, and after a year, if it doesn't seem, then we can always withdraw, but.
Absolutely.
See what we can get out of it over that year, because there is changes coming federally and provincially, and it'd be nice to be to catch it when it first comes through, so.
My understanding is the federal part is rolling out in this conference as well. There'll be this coming out at the same time, so. Yes.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you. And then I'll make a motion to approve my report. If there's any questions.
Any questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. Division 1. Don't think there's one. Move to Division 3.
So read it over so I can remember. Williams union negotiations, looks like we're going to mediation. And the rest is, yeah, just as read. The awards night for the 31st. Yeah, it was a really good evening, and I am really pushing. In fact, I'm going to be the chair of the events committee now, and really pushing for wheatland businesses to be involved in the chamber. So really trying to push that.
How many new businesses did they say they had?
27.
Since January 1st.
Since January 1st, yeah.
That's phenomenal.
And I'll ask for a motion to approve I'll make the motion to approve my report.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Division 4.
My report is in front of you. I think most everything's been covered. The ASB convention in Banff had some absolutely amazing speakers. I touched base on a lot of, but I find that there's a certain type of individual, these driven people, these entrepreneurs. It's something you can't, I don't think you can breed an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur has to be born, because when Graham was talking about having 3 mortgages on his house and needing $500,000 to continue his business, most of us would have walked away at that point. We wouldn't have pushed on. And
most wives would have.
and it's just amazing. And same with the with dot technology and the being driven to, like most of us are, something's working and we go, well, that works fantastic, and I'm just gonna maybe make a couple of tweaks on it, but to completely change your outlook and say, well, it can be this could be done completely different if you do that. That's just, that kind of stuff is just absolutely amazing to me. So it was really, the ASB was 95% of the speakers were worth their time. So I think other than that, I think I will move my report.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Division 6.
Yeah, everything's definitely been said. What else I can build on? Any questions, I'll answer them. Outside of that, I'll move my report.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Division 7.
Thank you. It's in front of you. Other than what's there and what's been said, a couple of comments. I had mentioned some growing pains with Drumheller Solid Waste and our new contractor. We usually go through them. My last discussions with Tammy the other day, I think it was Thursday or Friday, things have settled down, and everybody's, now that the driver knows the routes and understands how he's to get in and out of them, things have quieted down quite a bit, and that's usually what happens when we get a new contractor in place, that things are working fairly decent right now, so. She hasn't phoned me for a week now, so I'm assuming that's good news. And with Sewa, I couldn't attend a meeting in Lethbridge. I was in Calgary with my brother, but Jason went, and he's not here today to speak on it, but I can speak on what the executive that I went to on for the previous Friday and the things that were going to come up at the board meeting. Some of what the project lead and the chairman, when they met with the Minister of Environment in Edmonton, Jason and his staff, they said it was a very, very positive meeting, and that the minister has given them some of his staff and the staff time to help them work their way through some of the process. So that's a very good sign when the minister gives you the use of some of his staff members. He also was set it up. He was having a meeting with the ministers, Southern Alberta Rural Caucus were having a meeting, and they set the project lead and the chairman to sit with them for half an hour at that time. That was to happen, I think, this week. I'm not positive, but I think it was this week. So that was positive. There's some discussion amongst the ministers, depending on which one they talk to. One, the environment minister thinks they need a third-party review of their financial plan. A couple of the other ministers said, no, you've already done all that. We don't need to spend the money on that. You don't need that. So the ministers themselves haven't got it fully in their mind what they need. So our response to them was, well, if you need it, we're going to need money to do it. So they're trying to find places for that money to come from, so that if they have to do the third party on that. So in all, it's been very, very positive. So we will see what happens in camera, I guess. There's a report coming back in camera that I'm waiting to hear what's happening there. So other than that, the rest of it's in front of you. And I'll move it if there's no questions.
Any questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. CAO report.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. So on page 114 of the agenda package is my monthly report. Just various meetings throughout the month, some with GFL, representatives, legal, AEP. Yeah, that's about it. One other new thing with my monthly report is I'm going to add a little section called fire services on the bottom. So our interim contractor, he is reporting to me at the moment, and probably will be for the foreseeable future. Administration's intention is to have him on kind of a 1 week on, 1 week off basis until about, say, end of June 2020. And at this point, we are very close to posting the fire chief position as well. So we'll get that filled and have a little bit of overlap with the new employee and the contractor. So there's a bit of continuity there as well. We're also moving forward with the Carsland fire hall that's been kind of on the books for a couple of years. So that we had some work done today. We're receiving some bids on project management, and then we're just kind of developing an internal plan to get that site prepped, shovel ready. So that concludes my report.
Any questions? Glenn, you had said you had a comment.
I talked to Brian earlier in regards to that assessment thing he did, and I was going to present my numbers today, and then Brian says, well, his computer was broken, go ahead. But I'm thinking I'll just wait for Brian, if you don't mind, with the numbers, because if I just got them written down here on my scratch pad. If you were going to do it, I would just let you finish the project then.
Sure. So with that was a follow-up to, I don't know the resolution number off the top of my head, but it was with the WHMB so what I did, and I actually sent the graph off to council this morning. It was about just the residential base, what Wheatland County pays compared to the other contributors of that board. So the information should be there. It is relatively close. I think Wheatland still has a little bit of the highest. It could be around 18 per capita. I don't have the graph. I think I emailed it out maybe around 10:30 this morning, but it is very close when you don't consider non-res as well. But for context, all the other ones are in there as well. So
yeah, just for an idea, on your graph, it had $34 per capita. That's when you divide the people by our contribution. I looked at my tax. My tax form, I must be living in a poor house because I'm only paying $13. So when I worked it back, using averages of everything, I assume per capita in the county, which is actually paying per residence only $9.50. The rest is non-res that's paying it. And when you go through, it's surprising. I think it's a good exercise to go through, then council can see how the town and the villages, yeah, I'll talk about it more when you see it, because I find it quite intriguing.
You're saying that they're kind of equal, or that they're pretty close?
Well, one number I found intriguing. Residential in the county's $1,205,000,000. And Strathmore County has 8,800 people. Strathmore has close to 14,000 people. Their residential is $1,681,000,000. They're only less than $400 million more in residential than the county in assessment. I would never have guessed that, ever. And I got all these numbers off of the Alberta Equalized Assessment website. Yeah, it's good to look at. I was surprised. But I'll just wait for Brian to do it, and then it's all written down. Quite enlightening, really. Thanks, Brian, for what you've been doing. I don't mean to put you on the spot either, but.
Oh, no, that's totally okay. But just trying to get information out as fast as possible.
Okay.
And Brian, for the fire department, for the Carsland Fire Hall, when you say a project manager, that's not a bid yet for the cost, right?
No, with that process, I believe we're either trying to determine the scope of work, just so we make sure we actually capture it correctly, from kind of start to finish what that person would be doing. So I believe the process would be that we open it up for an RFP kind of thing, or just follow a procurement policy to see exactly what the threshold would be in relation to gathering quotes or going out to tender for that as well.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments regarding the CAO report? A motion to accept as information. Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. No, I was asking for one.
Okay,
Sorry.
yes, I will.
Councillor Bigger has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Sorry?
I was jumping the gun, sorry.
No, it was good. Corporate and Financial Services report.
Yes, so on page 116 of the council package is the Corporate and Financial Services report. So this year is a very busy time for the assessment department. They're trying to finalize the assessment for the end of February so we can apply that to our tax, or begin the process of the tax calculations and get that into the province. Financial Services, we're working on our financial statement year-end audit, so that's underway. And also we're processing our T4, so everyone should be receiving one mid-February kind of thing. That's our projected date, so.
Any questions or comments?
I'll move for his report.
Councillor Kester has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. The accounts receivable credit request.
Yes, so on page 118 of your agenda package is the annual CVIP inspections report. So there is a policy that we do charge by the hour, so it's a rate of $93. And what we do is, this is part of that donations to other organizations line in the budget. So that also kind of goes through there. So this year's $3,700.
Motion from the RFD.
I'll move that we direct staff to issue accounts receivable credits.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussions or questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. And Safety Administrative Directive update.
Yes, so on page 120 of your agenda package is kind of just a follow-up to a previous council resolution that we we're moving our safety policies into administrative directives. So this is really just for council's information. So I believe it was back in August that we rescinded our safety policies and moved towards a directive-based approach. And it has worked really well. So our policy, or our administrative directives have been updated. So we're about halfway through, and this is just for council's information that it is being completed, and we as management and council, we do have place a high importance on safety in the organization for the employees and anyone coming in, and any one of our properties too. So this is just an update for information that they are being completed with the remaining administrative directives to be completed, we think, by April 2020. So. And the ones that are completed, they're all in the agenda package. So,
Any questions? A motion to accept as information.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Opposed? Motion was carried. Sorry. I was looking at you.
Good afternoon, Council. Before you on page 159 onward, you have the Community and Development Services report. Within the report, you have the actuals for our planning and development applications, as well as descriptives for community services, ECDEV, GIS, some planning, and protective services. So for community services, one of the larger things, and we spoke about this previously at the last council meeting, was the holiday train event held in Gleason. So our community services coordinator was a lead on that, as well as our economic development officer. Both of them will be bringing a report forward in March with regards to the modeling of how that event was held, what we learned, any opportunities, and next steps, so that we can pass it off to community groups so that they can then organize it seamlessly as well. With economic development, we are looking at various grants for some further initiatives. In conjunction with community services, we've also been doing several meetings. One was up in the Rosebud area with some services, community services and economic development strategies within the hamlet. This is part of our push for public engagement as we proceed into 2020. You have some actuals, so year ends for 2019 for our planning applications, our development permits as well, and our safety codes. So the trends are rather consistent actually with the last 3 years, which is considering the economic climate, it's satisfactory in my opinion moving forward. Hopefully we see an upward trajectory in 2020. So that's very positive. In addition, for protective services, we are actually moving forward in a very, very positive manner. We're now on a 7-day rotation, which is really positive as well. So you're going to see more presence of our CPOs out in and around the county, as well as really engaging with the public and really talking about rural crime, for example. So a lot of those initiatives are very positive, and we look forward to 2020 to pushing those out. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Any questions for Community and Development Services? Not a motion to accept the report as information. Move. Councillor Bigger has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Crime prevention through environmental design audit.
So on page 168, you have an RFD to receive this presentation as information. As I mentioned, in the spirit of engagement and presenting and getting our information out there, our CPOs have put together a presentation for crime prevention through environmental design. And I'll ask, on his way down? Perfect. So just if you want to hold on to that, but we can move forward to the next RFD.
Okay, we'll move to the development permit 2020-002.
Perfect. Actually, sorry, Madam Reeve, we're ready to go.
That's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is afternoon. Okay, perfect. So I don't even need my presentation. It's all here. Perfect. So I'm here today to talk about the crime prevention through environmental design program. This isn't new. We've talked about this before. So as the results of the break and enter that happened at the Carsland Fire Hall back in November, we decided to conduct an audit of that particular property for the benefit of the county and for the benefit of the fire service. So I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to display what the program does and how do we go through with it, some of the things that we focus on while we're doing such an audit. And so this is a perfect example of it. So so what crime prevention through environmental design is, it's the science around the design and effective use of property and physical space with the intention to reduce crime. So crime prevention is a bit of a misnomer. We like to approach things from a crime reduction aspect. So we have a more realistic view of what the impact of these particular things will be. It seeks to reduce the opportunity and the number of targets for criminals. So it's target hardening, basically. And so what, on a broader capacity for this particular kind of program, we're trying to increase the legitimate use of space. So these particular principles are used in large urban settings to recover public space like parks and things like that and commercial spaces to bring the proper users of that space back to the area. And in doing so, it's been shown to reduce inappropriate uses of space. That's not necessarily going to be demonstrated here through this audit with the Carsland Fire Hall. However, that's just one of the principles behind it. So the process that we use in the crime prevention through environmental design audits is before you, the background investigation. So what we look at is what's the known history of the particular property, the particular community, any kind of previous victimization, and then any of the known issues that we may have. And then we conduct a site visit. This includes exterior and interior examinations, and then the immediate area examination, and I'll describe that in a moment. Then we do the analysis of findings. We'll look at all the vulnerabilities that we were able to determine and assess, and then the reporting process, and here we are. Typically what we'll do if it's a private residence or a commercial property is we'll provide a written report of our findings to the person who's requested the audit. So that's the process. So with respect to the Carsland Fire Hall, the relevant history was this is the original building. It's a Quonset type building. It was built in 1987. And it houses all the fire apparatus, the meeting room, and the administration of the Carsland Fire Department. The catalyst was for the audit was the break and enter and the theft of equipment that occurred in November of 2019. They gained access through the front door during the night hours. In addition, the local gas station was victimized in the same transaction that night. And then recently, or following that break and enter, there was a report of some theft from parts from a vehicle, extrication vehicle that was parked in the back of the building. As someone had come along and taken the back tires or the back wheels entirely off the vehicle. It was a wrecked vehicle. It's not that there was significant loss with respect to that theft, but it happened nonetheless. So when I had gone to the area, the first thing I started to do was to assess the natural surveillance. Natural surveillance is just what can be seen by passersby. So what we have here is some maps of the area, or some aerial shots of the area. In the bottom left-hand corner, I determined the distances from the 3 particular areas in the community that would provide for the best natural surveillance. So one of those places is the mall, the strip mall that's to the north of the building. There is a tavern across the street. That's that middle piece there, 60 meters, and then the gas station at 120 meters. So these are the businesses that are open the latest in the community, and they would provide the most natural surveillance from patrons of those particular places. Then on the bottom right hand, there is a residence across the track, a business/residence across the track. I'm not sure if anyone actually lives there. However, it does supply some natural surveillance of the back of the building. well, sorry, let me just go back to that. So the strip mall itself is 100 meters from the fire hall, the tavern 60 meters from the fire hall, and the gas station is 120 meters. So not incredible distances. In the daytime, that doesn't prove to be a problem. However, in the nighttime, it does, just in terms of the ambient lighting in the area. So the natural surveillance during the daylight, this is an example of what it looks like. So the upper picture is taken from the parking lot of the fire hall to the tavern. As you can see, it's quite close. And then the bottom is a photo taken from the northernmost part of the strip mall parking lot, and you can see in the background, you can see the fire hall. So again, it would be easy to see any shenanigans that are going on with unwanted people on the property from the front of the building. The back, again, is a bit of a different story. At night, the natural surveillance is a little less. As you can see, the building has a single light that is mounted up near the ceiling above the overhead doors. It does light up the overhead doors quite well. Moderately lights up the man door at the front of the building. However, you cannot see anything on the sides of the building. The next thing I looked at was the natural access control. So the pertinent roads there are Railway Avenue that runs east-west, and Main Street, which runs north-south. And then it has a large parking surface that's signed specifically for emergency vehicles. However, there's no other defining features of the property itself. There's no fencing. There's no curbs on in the parking lot. And the northernmost definition of that property is the actual road itself. There's no sidewalk, so it's just the curb of the road. So the territorial reinforcement typically is used to define the property without actually defining the property. However, we do have adequate signage on the building to show what its purpose is. So it actually has the Cars on Fire Hall sign above, which is really important for people that are using it as a wayfinding property, as well as if there is an emergency, people may just be able to determine that that's an emergency services building and go right there. However, there's virtually no reinforcement of the property. So there's no fencing on the front, the east side, or the rear of the property. There is a fence on the west side, but that belongs to the adjoining property. There's no signs other than that sign affixed to the building identifying it as a fire hall. However, there's no signage in the back. So we have Highway 24 running along the back of that property. It might not be a bad idea to have a sign on the back as well as on the front. Typically what we see with residences in urban settings, there's an alley, is it's recommended that the house number get put on the back alley fence for emergency services personnel that are utilizing that back alley in terms of trying to find your address. There are parking restrictions in place in that there are signs on the east and the west end of the property defining the property specifically as emergency services parking. Mentioned the fence delineating the property on the west side. The curb delineates the road from the parking lot. Again, that's not very visible, especially in the wintertime. And there's nothing visible that differentiates the neighboring property to the east. So some maintenance issues that were identified. So this is an aerial shot above the building, and this is specifically dealing with the maintenance issues of the perimeter. So there is on the west side, there's a barrel. It's basically being used for trash. It's small. It doesn't present a lot of hiding spots, but again, somebody could definitely hide themselves behind that. It could invite other people for garbage, even if they're shooting it from the road, trying to get it into the basket. You see with garbage receptacles that typically if they're left in areas that aren't going to be visibly cleaned, that the litter then starts to build up around them. We have, we also have the painting of the building, so the painting of the overhead doors, the painting on the sign that's on the front underneath the window. they're dilapidated. So part of the broken windows theory that this is based upon speaks that is the property becomes dilapidated, it has a domino effect. And one of the other things that it does is it communicates that there perhaps is not a care for the property. And it, by theory, it invites criminal activity, it invites trespassing, it'll invite graffiti, and so on and so forth. So one of the principles that we try to maintain with these particular programs is upkeep of the property. The painting, the condition of the building is one of those things, and the dilapidated paint is one of the things that I identified. On the east end of the building, there is a accumulation of materials. Again, it's not, like they're neatly piled. However, they have no purpose and they're old. So it's just being utilized as a storage area. The vehicles in the back, they have two crashed up vehicles that they're using for vehicle extrication practice purposes. Again, they're dilapidated vehicles, and as we've seen, it invites some kind of criminal activity through thefts of parts. And then the final aspect there is more of a critical infrastructure concern. So this was a communications tower. I did determine after the fact that this does not belong to the fire department. It is not utilized by the fire department. I believe it's a communications tower. However, it's completely unsecured. So from a critical infrastructure perspective, if it was being utilized by the fire department for communications, it's vulnerable. So there's no fencing around it, there's no locks preventing access, rapid access. At the base of the tower is the electrical box or the control box. There is a padlock, a cheap padlock on it. So again, vulnerabilities. So the whole point of that exterior vulnerability exercise was to determine what could potentially bring illegitimate users to the property, and then how the property itself is vulnerable to attack. On the interior, I won't get too much into this. There weren't tremendous amounts of issues. Obviously, when they went through the door, they had time to jimmy that lock, and that's exactly how they did. They went through the actual door knob. So the county has rectified that problem temporarily. With this particular metal plate. However, one of the things that I notice when I do these sorts of audits for residential properties is how vulnerable doors are. So through hinges, through the deadbolts themselves, the actual frame around the door is actually quite weak. So we like to talk about utilizing longer screws for putting our hinges on and our strike plates and that sort of thing, so they go through more of the frame itself. And the kinds of hinges that we use. There's not a lot of concern here with respect to the fire hall, pretty much minor things there. Again, the methods of ingress of any building, windows and doors, are typically what we see. So for example, this is an example of an old window. So again, not a ton of built-in security. So we like to talk about how to augment security for these particular vulnerabilities. The interior, there wasn't really much of note here. However, there were some concerns with lighting. The placement of the light switch itself for when you enter the building can be better placed. There is a motion sensor lighting system in the apparatus bay itself. So as soon as you walk in, the lights turn on. And you'll see here on the bottom photo that the administration office for the fire hall is up on a loft. And again, not a lot of light, not a lot of natural surveillance into that space. So the overhead doors are secured appropriately. They have the draw chain there that has a locking mechanism, and then there are the deadbolts that each door has affixed to it. So again, once these locks are engaged, the door's pretty secure. So there's no real main concerns there with the overhead doors. So some of the considerations that I would put forward with respect to this particular building mostly revolve around the aesthetics of it. So just sprucing up the paint, sprucing up the property itself. The use of more robust hardware for doors and windows. And yeah, improving the territorial reinforcement of the property. I'm getting ahead of myself. So there, that's basically what I had done to conduct the audit of the Carsland Fire Hall. It's an example of what the Wheatland County Protective Services does with respect to the crime prevention through environmental design audits. These are applicable to residences, to commercial, industrial properties, public spaces, anything of the like. So that's what it looks like. So we've talked about it in the past over the last couple of years. Here's an example of what it looks like and what can come out of those considerations with respect to those audits.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So just for your information as well, this information was presented to the Carsland Fire Hall during one of their practices upon the request of the chief. So I'd had an opportunity to share these findings with them and to answer some questions with respect to how they can individually and as a group work on bolstering the security and the aesthetics of the property.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
A motion to accept his information.
I'll move.
Councillor Kester has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. My apologies to all of our waiting village representatives and our CMP members. Welcome. I think we have representatives from Strathmore, Gleason, I believe, Drumheller and Bazzano. Is that correct? And I think Bicyker wasn't able to make it today. So welcome. I'm not exactly sure how we want to format this. I believe Strathmore has a presentation that they had scheduled to do with our administration previously. I don't know if we want to start with that or did we have a plan? I don't know.
So the meeting, the reason for the appointment was from a request back in the April 2019 Wheatland Regional Partnership. There was a request to gather input from all parties, all villages, and the county to have our RCMP strategic goals, I guess, kind of a session to facilitate strategic goals for the RCMP to, I guess, fulfill in our county and the villages as well. So this was just kind of an opportunity for almost a brainstorming session to see what kind of all parties wanted and what kind of ideas we could come up with today to get a strategic goals for the RCMP.
Perfect. So I'm not sure the best way to facilitate with you guys out there. We do have representatives from all three villages here. I think, yes. So if you guys have any input at any time, please feel free to add that. We want this to be inclusive of the region, so we welcome any input. And any input, obviously, from our RCMP representatives, we value that as well. So I know council has had some discussions lately. We have had some increased issues with rural crime, particularly targeting Carsland most recently. Over the weekend, a couple incidents in Jamaica. And I do hear about it occasionally in other areas of the county as well. Anybody have anything that they would like to start with?
Madam Reeve, if I may, maybe if we could have some input from the RCMP to start. Sure. And what we could provide to them today to kind of assist them in their, so we can make the goals that we provide to them the most strategic for all parties involved. I'm not sure if the Strathmore detachment wants to start. I believe.
We have our new detachment commander who we haven't even gotten to meet yet, so.
Be kind, I'm not the sacrificial lamb here.
We will be kind. Welcome.
So I want to first introduce myself. I'm Dale Morgan, and as indicated, do you go by your worship or Madam Reeve?
Amber is good.
All right. Yeah, I'm the new detachment commander here in Strathmore, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and I look forward to working with you as we go forward here. The purpose of the consultation that we're looking for is every year we establish the priorities that we're going to work on when we're not responding for calls for service. And of course, if we're in a situation where we have these huge lists of everything's a priority, then as you know, in your personal life, then nothing's a priority. So what we try to do is we try to identify 2 or 3 of the areas that we think, through our crime analysts and through our operational sergeants that review our files every day, that we think are emerging crime trends, and look at them and offer to target them. But the biggest part of the consultation with the municipal governments is to try and get the reeves and the members of council who you know, probably get those calls daily or weekly from members of their wards or their divisions. Those people that don't call us but call you to vent, right? And we have what we see, but we just want to kind of confirm as we go forward that all of a sudden there's not something out there in left field that we're not privy to. So as much as people think we know everything everywhere, it would be a falsehood to think that. So as indicated, I'm new here. I've just been in the chair a month. It's been kind of a busy month since we've got here, but we're working through it. As I'm looking at the ongoing issues that I've seen so far, I've identified is, yes, as you indicated, there appears to be a big issue with ongoing property crime. Myself, I come from a big traffic background, and I think traffic law enforcement is important. And quite often one of the concerns we get from the community and from the elected officials is visibility. So I see an opportunity to use traffic law enforcement, impaired driving enforcement, motor vehicle infraction enforcement as an opportunity to get members out to the rural areas, do traffic law enforcement, and of course create a high visibility. The reality of policing is today that money's not an endless pit. Like it's so everybody's trying to cut back and save money. So one of the biggest points we try to point out to people this day and age is that if you live in a area that you don't see policemen, chances are you probably live in a pretty safe spot, because the majority of our service is enforcement of the criminal laws and provincial statutes. And the RCMP's primary mandate is investigations, and so the enforcement is what we do when we're not doing our investigations. What I've seen here, and I can't speak for all the detachments, but certainly for Strathmore, is these members are carrying large investigational caseloads, so that hugely impedes their ability to proactively deploy. If you are seeing them in your neighborhood, they're probably there working on something. So that being said, one of the initiatives that we're looking at going forward is the application of the crime reduction strategy. And what the crime reduction strategy is trying to target those prolific and priority offenders that generate, that's 3 to 5% of our population, that generate about 70% of our calls. So I see here there's a need to really kind of embrace that program and start rolling it out and trying to apply that strategy to, which will hopefully target the property crime and the thefts. So my proposal going forward for Strathmore, and I would imagine that the crime trends in the other areas are fairly similar, is that the 3 initiatives that I would concentrate on would be property crime, traffic law enforcement, of course, getting your visibility, and the application of the crime reduction strategy to get those programs up and going. So all we're really looking for is to reach out to you folks and see if there's anything out there over and above that or contrary to that that you think is an issue. I'll admit, yes, drugs are an issue. Drugs have been an issue forever. They're always going to be an issue. The successes in targeting them are very limited. And I honestly think that we'll still deal with that as it comes about. But to make that a priority going forward, I really don't see where it's going to be a good use of resources. So if you just want to kind of mull it around and shotgun stuff at us, I'm sure these folks up here, and I'll confess I'm so new I don't even know half of them, that if you got areas in your, issues in your areas that you want to address to the individual members, I'm sure you're welcome to do so.
I have lots of questions.
You have lots of questions?
Do you guys think that, is there a good, as a community, what can the community do to help mitigate some of this? Is there a crime watch, one better than the other one? Is there a program that's out there that works or that you guys like to work with? How can the community help here?
There's going to be kind of a global no on that. The problem I've always seen with working with rural crime watches is they tend to get up and running when there's stuff going on.
Yeah.
If they're effective, and if you're actually lucky in reducing the issues going on, the next thing you know, they're patrolling for no reason at all. And they get bored, they lose interest, the programs collapse. It's very, very hard to get them programs going. One of the best programs out there is personal home security systems. That's the be-all, end-all of it. It's whether or not you're prepared to spend the money. One of the big misconceptions with police enforcement is, and he may have alluded to it in his presentation just before I walked back in, was police presence and police patrols do not defer crime. All they do is delay it, especially when you're dealing with limited resources. People have a pretty good idea how many policemen are in their communities, near their communities. So when they're out and about and they see the policeman go by, if their sole intent is to commit criminal activity, they're going to commit criminal activity. It might delay them a half an hour, it might delay them an hour, it might delay them a day, but at the end of the day, they're still going to commit that criminal activity. I know he spoke about Carsland, and that's a prime example. It's a remote community. You know the resources that are deployed any given day in the rural areas. So you know if you see a policeman go through town, chances are you're probably good for a few hours. So to answer your question, I think the biggest bang you get for your buck is personal security systems.
You're going to get some of these questions tonight too, or somebody will be.
Oh, I'm thinking so.
This will be your warm-up, yeah. How about cameras? Do cameras work?
Cameras work if you're prepared to spend for high quality resolution. One of the biggest problems we have is the quality of photos we get are garbage. And everybody watches crime photography on TV, and they all know you can lift fingerprints off of rocks, and they can take the worst picture out there, and in 2 minutes they'll tell you exactly who they are and where they live and everything else, and that's not the realities of policing. So if you're not prepared to spend money on good resolution equipment and proper lighting to support it, then the presentation you just had is very important for the rural communities, for any community, right? Crime reduction through environmental design it's an incredible program. My understanding is from talking to Chris is that, you know, they'd gone down to the community and they'd offered that to the community to try and get them, and there's just no interest, right? Like some people, it's going to cost money, but you leave your car unlocked. Yeah, it's your car and nobody has a right to be in it. You know, is that the hill you want to die on? At the end of the day, thieves are thieves, right? And if you leave your car unlocked and leave valuables in it where people can see it, they're going to go missing.
So with technology these days, if you put cameras, let's say on lighting light poles, and they were high quality. Is that something that people could watch instead of doing a crime watch thing? Would that work?
Well, it's more of a personal protection than the nice thing about Crime Watch, rural Crime Watch programs, is it's a community approach, right? It's looking after your neighbors, which rural communities is about. Putting up cameras is self-preservation, right? You're looking after your own personal security.
When you're talking about cameras, I got a question. It's a little bit on the personal side, but in November, end of November, I had a truck stolen out of the yard. I got the truck back 4 or 5 days later, all that. But during the time that they had it, they got my fuel card. They ended up in Strathmore at a fuel station, and they filled up a slip tank in their truck. Yeah, I left my fuel card in it. Big deal. It's still my fuel card. The problem I have is it was my fuel card. I paid for the fuel. He didn't have permission to take the fuel, and there is video of the person at the pump pumping the fuel, and I can't get a hold of that video so I can to see if I recognize him. The owner of the fuel station, they say because of privacy I can't get it, and the police have told me I can't get it from them, and they have a copy of it, and they don't know who the person is, but I can't see the damn picture to tell them if I know who the person is. And yet it's my fuel. I paid for it. I should have a right to see who took it. No different than he comes into my yard and takes it out of my fuel tank.
You know, and I don't want to disagree with you because I'm thinking as an investigational avenue. I mean,
why wouldn't they show me the picture so I could say, yes, I know the fellow, or I don't know the fellow, because they don't seem to know who he is.
I think somebody wants to jump in here.
If you wouldn't mind just coming, so just to preempt this conversation, our meetings are recorded, and we just use the microphones because it helps if anybody does have an interest in watching, then they can hear our whole conversation.
I wish you told me that before everything I told you was
I
off the
know,
record.
my apologies.
So our lighting's good in here too.
And if you can just introduce yourself, thank you.
So, good afternoon, I'm Corporal Sebastian Andrews, I'm the commander of Bassano Detachment. I got here in March, so I've been here about close to a year now. And your case sounds familiar. Yes, and actually, for the fuel card, we sent it through the intelligence. Do you mind if I talk about
Yeah,
your
no,
phone?
go ahead.
Yeah. So we did use your picture, we sent it through intelligence process, and we haven't got an ID. I wasn't aware, we can do a lineup with you if you would prefer, where if you can identify the person. I wasn't aware of that point, that you didn't see the actual picture. We can't actually give you the video evidence, but if you were to witness to be aware of who they were, we did possibly thought we had an ID, but unfortunately it wasn't them. And it's still through the process of the ID right now. All the detachments went through Drumheller, went through Medicine Hat, and we thought we had someone who identified them, but unfortunately through further picks and the members said it wasn't actually that person. So although the file may be closed, it's still open in the intelligence process, and I'm very open to speaking with you about maybe having you do a lineup. So we have to be careful with showing you just that photo. So let's say if you just identify that person, then it could be biased. We'll have to show you different photos to see if you know who they are.
Yeah,
But that's something we could.
I'm fine with that. My problem is, I don't know if I know the person or I don't know him. I have no idea.
Yeah, and we did do neighborhood if see anyone else, but that's definitely something that I can arrange with you, that we can have where you can actually look at the photo and some other photos to see. We did work really hard to try and see if we can get someone identified, because we've been very lucky lately in identifying people in the intellects process. For instance, at the gas station in Esso, it's a stolen phone, not a big deal, but we actually identified someone from Medicine Hat because they had really good cameras at the Esso. And when you said it, not to interrupt about the camera, he is correct. If you don't have good cameras, it is almost impossible. Luckily, Esso has a really good camera system, and we're actually working in Bassano to kind of go into our area of issues. Bassano doesn't have high crime, but we do have high copper theft. We have an issue with people from Calgary and Medicine coming to our major areas. Just north of the 56 in Europe, we have Rock Point, we have Torkson, and we have GE who does the Wheatland wind farms. And we've been trying to do new programs to try and catch these guys. And one of the things we're doing is we're meeting with all those heads to implore them the difference between a good camera and a bad camera. Just recently, on the Drumheller on our side, there was about $1.5 million in damages. And the camera, you can't see anything. You might as well not see the person. And so we're trying to prevent by helping these businesses understand the importance of the investment in good technology and camera systems that can really do help. But the truth is, sometimes we do get the picture of the person and we can't identify them in your case. But I would love to talk to you further about it and see if we can do a photo lineup. I wasn't aware of that part of it. I thought you had seen it. That's my fault. As a supervisor, I should have been aware of that.
No, that's fine. It was just curious because I tried again a week or so ago and I still couldn't get a picture of
So
it.
that does raise a good point, and a couple of things that I always emphasize to ratepayers is, number one, regardless of the timing of a crime or a suspicious activity, I implore them to contact whoever their detachment is, whether it's for statistical purposes or for your intelligence-based policing that you guys do. And then the other thing that I've been really stressing to my ratepayers is, if you speak to an officer and you don't feel satisfied with the level of responsiveness, that you can always escalate that and take it to a supervisor or to the detachment commander. I know Sergeant Delarond, previous to you, had indicated Strathmore was very focused on that. Some of our other detachment commanders have reiterated that if you either don't get follow-up from an officer or you're not satisfied with the level of follow-up, to let you gentlemen know so that you can follow up with your staff, and there can be that accountability there. So.
And just to kind of introduce, so we cover north of 56 up to 564 and west of the 561. So and our biggest community would be Hussar. So I've been engaging with them, as you said, with the consultation about their priorities since April, and we work on them. Now in Hussar, crime is lower, but like I said, a lot of our big copper companies like Torxin, Rockpoint are in that area, which is as you know, a less dense population, which makes patrols and stuff very hard. We've increased our patrols, and we're just doing a three-pronged system. One of them is going to be prevent, and how do we prevent is we have a meeting set up next month with all the leaders about they need cameras, you need security. So we've gotten Rockpoint, some of them have security. Also, visibility of lights. A lot of it we were noticing when we were doing some surveillance on Rockpoint is that they were only going to the front because they knew there was bad lighting, so lights everywhere. Because although they're stealing maybe $1,000 worth of copper, it's costing these companies quadruple that for the repairs to get someone in to fix it. So by preventing, maybe getting better cameras, getting their own surveillance in the team as well as the intelligence process, and that's what we work internally within the RCMP, as well as CPS, which helps us with, because these guys are taking this copper somewhere, and what they're taking it is to Calgary and sometimes Medicine Hat. So we're working with them to get the information of, okay, we got 700, let's say $700 worth of copper, someone just turned in $700 worth of copper. The issue is right now with legislation is they don't require a lot of these facilities, they'll take their mother's driver's license. We just had a case 4 months ago, so they're working on hopefully better legislation with that. The other part is education and visibility. As the staff sergeant was saying, patrols do delay. There can be some positive aspect in that if we're there more often, but there's not enough, at least in Bizano, to have us there 24/7 at some of those remote areas. So our priorities pick with Hussar was police visibility, so we have more patrols there. They want to see us in the schools, see us at the events, as well as traffic enforcement. And traffic enforcement helps prevent. A lot of times these guys are driving in stolen vehicles. They're driving almost all the time in stolen vehicles. So if we're out there more pulling people over, there's a chance we could catch them that way. And the other one is community engagement. So quarterly I meet with the Hussar Council based on their priorities, see what they like, and monthly I send them mayor reports. Bizano, we also represent Bizano Town and Council, the County of Newell, Rosemary, and Gem. So I have no issue in the future is to start engaging you guys as well, so that you know who we are and what we can do. Even though there's a small section of our jurisdiction, we can definitely, with our small section, keep you guys informed.
That'd be great. Even if you copy those reports, then we can share them with council.
I believe I sent all the reports that I have been sending to SAR, and I'll send them from now on to you guys as well.
Great, thank you.
So, Your Worship, yeah, a point that you did make, and that I would like to reinforce with all the councillors, just that it's the sign you see in the restaurant, right? If you're happy with your service, tell a friend. If you're not, let us know. And that's a big thing, right? People need to, if they're not happy with the service level they're getting, they need to contact the detachment commanders, and we need to deal with it. To get back to your question, also a thing that came out this week for us that's it looks like it's kind of newly rolling out is we're actually getting into facial recognition programs now. One of the biggest challenges we have is with the Canadian Privacy Act and everything else is accessing databases. So just because you have a series of pictures, say motor vehicle branch or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be able to access them for the facial recognition, right? So what do you check it against, right? So I'm done my spiel. Jay and I apologize. We've been kind of busy with the Carsland issues lately, and we think we sent the reports through, and if we didn't, we apologize. But unless you just want to go through numbers, I'm sure you folks have a busy day, and
We do have one.
I'm sure we'll see some of you tonight.
Yeah, for sure. We do have one matter that council will need to consider. We had previously invested in the Watch Clerk program, and I even saw it referenced.
Bless you.
Yeah, I saw it referenced in your introductory article in the newspaper. But with the province's move to have rural and smaller municipalities start funding policing, I know I've heard conversation around this table that about whether we should be continuing that investment in the Watch Clerk program. So I was hoping you might be able to speak to that to council.
Your worship, I can't tell you how to spend your money. And unfortunately, we're so early into that process, we don't know how that allocation of resources is going to roll out to the detachments. But what I will tell you is that in the short time I have been here, is the watch clerks working in that office have increased the ability for members to deploy on the road, doing all that operational administrative support stuff that members have to do to follow up on the files. I've never seen anything like it. I think it's phenomenal. The number of members that are not in the office for long periods of time, I've never seen that in my 29 years of policing service. So what I'm seeing so far, it might be a little premature, but I love it. I like what I'm seeing. I think you're getting a good return on your investment there. And that watch clerk is less than a policeman, but it's putting the officers out on the road more. And Jay could probably, he could probably speak to it more than I could because he's been here for a while. So.
Hello.
I don't have it in front of me, but Sergeant Delaron actually did up a document, and I'm not sure if we've provided it to Wheatland County. But essentially, every watch clerk for every shift that they work, they get the members on the road, the equivalent of about 6.5 hours of a member's time. So that's almost a whole additional member on the road because of the work that they can take off. So the administrative things like building court packages, all that kind of stuff that the members basically, instead of having to do all that paperwork, they take a lot of that off, and the member can get back to actually doing the proactive stuff that we need them doing. It's again, we can't tell you how to spend your money. That's your guys' job, but it would be a loss definitely to the detachment, and you would definitely see less visibility. So
thank you.
Anything else?
Anybody have any questions for Strathmore?
Again, thank you for your time and look forward to working with each of you.
So just to review, so the priorities that were established were the focus on the crime reduction strategy, the focus on property crime, and then the traffic enforcement, which also by virtue increases visibility. Is that kind of what we would see in line with what we're hearing? It's definitely consistent with what I hear. Anybody?
traffic enforcement means I get more tickets, that's all I know.
Yep, yep.
Don't speed.
Is it?
Such a horrible driver, speeding is my least of my problems.
I heard something the other day that, I can't remember where it was, but that now every single traffic stop is gonna be a breathalyzer? Is that, throughout the system, or is that just certain areas, or?
So that's the new provisions under the Criminal Code of Canada, which allow for mandatory alcohol screening. So what happened is under the old criminal legislation is when police officers stopped vehicles, they had to have a reasonable suspicion that a person had been drinking before they could have a roadside. The law has now changed that anybody operating a motor vehicle upon stop can be demanded to provide the sample. So most likely you're referring to the news article on Global the other night.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, because I know the last 2 times that I was with my wife both times, thank goodness, because she was driving. But we were stopped. Once was, well, I won't say which detachments they were in. It wasn't in Strathmore, but it was 2 other detachments. But they did the breathalyzer. We didn't have a problem with that. But after when we were driving home, I said, you know, we could have been driving a stolen truck because they never asked for a driver's license. They never. They just asked for the breathalyzer. That was all they asked for.
Fortunately, you don't look shady.
You don't know him well enough.
Well, there was a reason she was driving, not. But no, I was just wondering why, especially when there's been so much real crime.
Well, when we stop vehicles, the license plate is run, and it's automatically checked to see if it's stolen. So he would have known if it was stolen really fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And usually they know before they even exit the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's been in the media because Calgary Police Service has made that mandatory with their traffic stops. That has not come down the pipe for the RCMP, that we have the option to do it with every traffic stop, but it's not mandatory that we must do it with every traffic stop, like Calgary Police Services has mandated for their members. So if you get stopped in Calgary, expect to blow on the roadside device.
No, I wasn't worried about it. The other side of me is I'm also the chairman of Drumheller Solid Waste, and we're trying to recycle everything, and this one-time use plastics, and I'm thinking, oh God, here goes how we got a whole landfill full of this stuff. That's beside the point.
Tony, you had a question?
To bring up the watch clerk again, so how many watch clerk programs are out there? Or there's very few, right?
Most of your big detachments run watch clerks.
They do?
Yes.
So is this something that maybe the organization like RCMP will consider bringing into their jurisdiction, like under their arms? In their model?
That's going to be way above our level at the detachment. Those decisions will be made out of Edmonton on the resourcing for public servants and whatnot. So can't
Is there
answer that.
something that we could work together so that this is maybe looked at, so that every detachment would
I
get
think
this?
if you had a question like that, you could certainly refer it to the operational strategy branch in Edmonton, and they may be able to get you a better answer than I can give you at this level.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see any improvement in the prosecution? Are they hanging on to him longer? Has there been any change? They wanted to hire more? I've never heard.
I try really hard to detach myself from whatever happens at court. It's the only way I can stay sane. So I honestly don't know what they're doing at court. Our job is to gather the evidence, send it into court, and whatever happens there, that happens there. I know that there's talk in the media of them increasing prosecutors and whatnot. Whether that's happened, I don't know.
You don't keep seeing the same face every weekend, or?
Well, I see my wife every day. We do have repeat customers, frequent flyers, people that we deal with on a regular basis. But that, I think, is going to be that way forever. We deal with a small percentage of people over and over and over.
Any other questions? Do representatives from the other detachments just want to introduce themselves and if they have any comments from their detachment areas?
Hello, I'm Staff Sergeant Tim Kelly, and I'm the commander of Gleason Detachment. Standing to my left here is my operations NCO, it's Scott Mercer. He's the sergeant in charge of the operations for the detachment. I can maybe add a little bit to the question about the Crown. I know that the province, about 6 months ago, was planning on increasing their Crown numbers across the province.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've rethought that, but I do know that once they decided to increase our numbers. So this year we're getting 75 extra members across the province, which I have no idea where they're being delegated to. And then next year there's an additional 75 or 100 coming again for additional members to top up everything else. I'm trying my best to get a hold of one of those members or two of those members because I think we have a good need for a GIS section or a special investigation section within our detachment. We deal with enough crime, real crime, and with our high number of criminal code files that we deal with. We don't have the call volume that Strathmore has, but we do have a very, very high call volume of criminal code cases per member. And so we're really busy with that, and our prisoner count is very high as well. So I'm really trying to get an extra body or two towards us, but it's way above my pay grade that the decision is made, but I am going to be putting forward a business case as well for that. And I think we had brought that forward about a year ago.
We sent a letter of support.
Yeah. So.
No, in response to the Reese question regarding prosecutions, I've taken upon myself to keep an eye on the items that are going to court of late. For the past 4 years since I've been in Gleason, I've seen significant files not go ahead through the court process. I've seen significant files in which deals are being made that shouldn't maybe be made, period. Those are my own criticisms of it, but being in the operations role that I'm in right now, I have more of an interest in it than I did, say, as an individual investigator, especially when it comes to having to account for these files, because while Jay is right that we try and keep ourselves separate from the court process, that to keep our sanity, we don't want to really know what's being done with it at times, but unfortunately it's forced back upon us. And it's forced back upon us because we spend a lot of time on these files. Some of this time is spent away from our families. It goes past shift. We invest a lot into these investigations, as well as we're representing people that are victims of crime on us. And that's the most important thing, is that we have the responsibility afterwards of contacting these individuals and telling them what happened to this file in court. The Crown doesn't take that upon themselves. If they're fortunate, they do at court. They may have a conversation with them. But more times than not, it's up to the individual investigator to call that person back and give them a disposition on a file that's usually 2 years removed from the actual event. And I find that people, especially nowadays with social media, they share a lot of their thoughts and opinions online. These concerns and the agitation and frustration on how things aren't going the way that they feel that it should be, that right should be right and wrong should be wrong, and the people that aren't getting convicted are continuing to repeat their offenses. We're running into a logjam in the court process, and this isn't me making excuses for courts or Crowns or police investment whatsoever. We try and hold the Crown accountable to let them know the interest and the public safety and the public interest in prosecuting these crimes. What gets brought back to us in terms of feedback from the Crown's office is the likelihood of conviction and how much time they have at court to prosecute these files. The courts are inundated with matters that are being stacked in the court system, to which a trial day, they are loading up with 11 trials per day. There's no way that they can run 2 trials a day, let alone 11. Is that done on purpose? Is it done because there's just no room? I can't answer that, and maybe that's a conversation that because the Crown is part of this process as well when it comes to the prosecution aspect of it. The problem is that there's not enough time in court there's not enough time to prosecute, there's not enough prosecutors out there. There's a lot of excuses as to the reasons why, and it's not just solely, you know, are the police doing enough or the Crown? It's a collective problem, and one that we're trying to have communication with the Crown's office to improve it, because we're getting frustrated. We've got newer members that are coming into this organization that want to be police officers. They want to do the right thing. They want to put people in jail. Sometimes you don't always get that result, but the problem is that now all this hard work is just disappearing in courts, and we have to face the brunt of it when we bring it back to the people that made these complaints to begin with. And often we're a sounding board because we don't have the right answers for this. Long story short, it is something that our detachment is keeping an eye on. We are hoping to have regular meetings with the Crown to discuss and be on the same page as far as like the ones that are really significant. The rural crime that's happening in this area, it is a big problem. And it's your fuel card, it's your truck, but it's people preying on your properties. They're deliberately going out there, right? So we need to be on the same page as far as not allowing this person to go out and repeat. And it's a collective effort and one that we need to work towards. And I don't have the silver bullet solution today to say it, but we recognize it as a problem, and we don't like seeing our work going away and people like you getting targeted over and over and over again. It's not fair. So I don't know if that answers it, but just to give some context and some insight as far as we understand the problem that you're presenting to us. We're trying our best to make them accountable and at least give us the reasons why, so we can bring that back to you. And then if there's another avenue, whether it's more pressure politically, whether it's rallying support for more prosecutors, more time in court, you guys have a heavier stick than we do when it comes to this stuff. But we need to understand from the Crown's perspective why these things don't get prosecuted, why they just fall out of court, and why nothing gets done. We don't want to waste our time either.
Yeah, a lot of times we don't hear the full circle.
No.
And, you know, it makes it tough.
Neither do we. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We get the file back, and you'll get a stay of proceedings. And we're seeing a lot more of that lately, where as a means for the Crown to, what they may feel is they have enough to proceed with a trial or not, they're getting rid of these before they even set a trial date now. They'll evaluate the file and say, we don't think that there's enough, so we're going to do a stay of proceedings on it. And we're seeing an increasing amount of these coming back to us with no explanation, and they don't have to provide us with an explanation, which is frustrating because we still have to account to the persons that call in and want to know the status of this file, and we don't have answers for them.
Okay. Can you stack them? Say when he comes back to you and you catch him next week and you put the two together, or do you do that? It's all individual case?
Stack what? Like
once they do a stay on it, it's done.
Yeah?
Can't revisit it again.
Can't revisit
Unless
it.
you bring new evidence to the table. That's the only way to bring it out of a stay.
They do have the ability to do it, but in my years of policing, I've yet to see it even done with serious files like murders and that. When it's a stay of proceedings, it's basically, if something, a miracle thing happens, then we have the opportunity to bring it back, but usually it doesn't happen.
One other, I don't know, I'll ask you your perspective. For a few years, they've always been after the counties to pay more for policing. I don't mind paying more for policing if we get more. We're not assured we're going to get any more. Yeah. That's why I really liked the watch clerk thing, because it showed benefits for us. They were so busy. Your perspective on this extra charge they're going to put on, are we going to see any more boots on the ground? You're going to get an officer?
I have actually worked in the benefit of a larger detachment where we did have watch clerks. When I came out of depot and was stationed in Wetaskiwin, Wetaskiwin had probably the highest calls for service in the entire province. I know every police officer says that. They came from the busiest spot, but we, for consistently 3 years in a row, were probably the busiest municipal detachment based on the members that we had and the calls for service. We were also given this new police system to work with PROS, which I'm sure you've probably heard. It's our police filing system, in which it was incumbent upon the frontline member to input all of the data into this. So the complainant's personal information, the dates of birth, the addresses, the reports, all electronically. It sounds great, but you have a frontline member that's their, where they spend primarily most of their time doing. Being in that detachment, I was spending more time behind a computer terminal than I was actually, dealing with the investigation or having to time manage accordingly to invest all this time into typing when I wanted to be out on the road actually proactively getting stuff off there and doing what I felt to be my job. After a few years of struggling and demonstrating a need as to why we needed administrative support, because the question came down to who's going to pay for it. The RCMP is never going to pay for it. They're going to push it back onto the municipalities and say, you need to work with the detachments to make this a reality. After a few years, we garnered that support from the city, and they gave us our watch clerks. It was a game changer. It was unbelievable. The free time that we had, not free time to sit and have coffee, free time to go out and do what, it felt like being a police officer again. So from a personal perspective, I agree with the staff sergeant on it. You will get what you're putting into on something like that, because I've been in both worlds, and I'd rather be in the latter where the watch clerk gives me that opportunity to worry about the administrative side of the house, where I can get out and go and do my job and feel like a police officer and not a data entry clerk. And nothing against data entry, it's just that's not what all of us signed up for. That's not what we wanted to do. So yes, I do feel that you're going to get your money's worth out of it. Is it measurable? We can throw numbers at it to show that it is, but at the end of the day, there's job satisfaction. You're going to see more visibility, probably less people complaining that they don't see police officers if employed right. I think you're going to get what you're put into it. I really do.
Do you think we'll get as big a bang of buck for what the province is going to charge us for extra policing?
That I can't answer.
Okay.
But I know, like I said, being in both of those worlds, it made a huge difference. And especially because I was in a community liaison, community policing role afterwards, I was in charge of monitoring crime statistics, the incidents of crime, the rates of crime, whether they're going up and down, and simple measures like that made a meaningful impact. And it's not flubbing numbers to show that. It just generally there was more people out. The response times were better. Proactive enforcement was up. So yeah, it contributed to a decrease in crime, and I can say that with some certainty.
I'm from Rocky Ford. I can't remember the last time I seen a police officer in town just driving by until we got the watch clerks, and now even up and down my road they'll come that way. And it's been quite a while since we've had that. So.
In Gleason, we would love that opportunity, and if you're willing to pay for that too, that'd be great. But we did make it mandatory because one of the larger concerns that we had in our town hall meeting was visibility. Obviously, there was an incident, a spike in rural crime. It magnified the problem of not seeing us enough in the rural area. People notice us not being there more when stuff's happening to them. Taking those concerns from that town hall meeting, we sat down and we looked internally to say, are we doing things right or do we need to improve? And things that we needed to improve is that we were taking it with a grain of salt that it is our job to go out and patrol. It is our job to go out and find crime as well as investigate in that. But sometimes unless you have that push factor, someone telling you go out and go do it, making people accountable to go out and do it, sometimes we fall short of that goal, and it's not deliberate. It's just things distract you and prevent you from doing it. Answering the criticisms when it came to the rural community, we, Tim and myself and the other supervisors, we developed a policy within the detachment that made it a mandatory requirement on your shift, as part of your shift duties, that you will go out and you will go out and patrol. And we have our entire area divvied up into zones. And it is the supervisor's job to ensure that members are going out on shift and that they're not hitting the same areas, they're going at different times, they're going repeatedly out there, but at a minimum, you're going to go out and you're going to document your patrols and you're going to put it in the patrol book. So at the end of the day, we have a visual representation as far as the efforts made by those members on a shift. That was put into place January of 2019, so after a year of putting it into play, and we asked the rural community to be patient with us because it's not an overnight solution, it's not a silver bullet solution. It's going to take time, it's going to take some growth on it. We've had over 1,300 proactive patrols. and affecting mainly the rural area, day and night. So the feedback that we're getting with our conversations with people in the rural area, we sit down and have coffee with them every week, and we try and hit up the different interagencies and the other people that are noticing, or were at least our biggest complainers on this issue. We're getting great feedback. It feels like they said it feels like they asked us if we had more members because we're out there. A simple change in how we're doing stuff internally has helped us in that regard. Is it reducing crime? I can't say that. Our theft numbers are down this past quarter. Our property-related offenses are down. There could be many contributing factors to that. A point of pride is I think it's working. It feels like it's working, and the feedback that we're getting from people says that it's making a difference in their mind, peace of mind or otherwise. I think it's working. So we're going to continue on with it. So I think I've spoken enough on that aspect of it, unless you want to elaborate.
No, I don't think so. I think you've said enough. The peace of mind is a big thing, right? And you see us out and about more often, it gives you a better peace of mind. We had a number of different residents in our southwest corner that had meetings with us on a regular basis, and they were scared. They were scared being home alone. And that was part of the reason why we stepped up with this rural patrols. And they've mentioned that they're seeing us more often. They're feeling more safe at home alone. And so that alone is a win. So.
Perception goes both ways. You can perceive you're safer, and of course you can perceive it's more dangerous to commit a crime too.
Well, and you know, they're absolutely right. You could have a policeman on every corner. It's the moment that you're not there that sometimes things go south on you. The Arrowwood Co-op is a perfect example in which we were in that community 3 times that night. 3 times, in which pulling vehicles over, looking for things suspicious, and there was nothing. And it was the moment that we were gone near shift end at some point that they hit the co-op. They will do their research. They will look to see our end times, our start times. If this is their main way of doing business, they're going to try and get what they can at the best opportunity that they can do it. That being said, we did solve that co-op. We did. We shared our intelligence. We pulled our resources together. We used our district analyst. It was good investigating. It was good info sharing, and just grunt work that led us to the people. And they were an outside influence from Calgary. They moved into our area, and we found them. We hit them. We arrested them. We charged them, and it's working. But again, I'd say it's a total package that you have to have. You have to have the proactive patrols. You have to have the intel sharing. You have to have the investigating. It's just not one thing that's going to solve it. So putting a guy on the corner watching, one store isn't gonna. They're gonna commit crime. But as long as we do our best to try and minimize that, I think it's the only way that we're gonna do this together on it.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
I can talk all day, so if you guys have questions, I just need water. So
We do have water behind you if you really need
sure.
some, or coffee.
Yeah. Anything really? No. Okay.
We appreciate the information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Constable Pisklevitz. I'm representing Drumheller today. Staff Sergeant Bork wasn't available to make it, so I'm here to answer any questions and bring any concerns back to our detachment. A lot of our priorities are similar to the other detachments when it comes to crime prevention, reduction in rural crime. What I can let you know is that our GIS unit is expanding. We have currently just a corporal and constable, but the constable is going to be paired up with another member that's going to do proactive work against habitual offenders in our communities. In addition, the GIS unit will be assisting the general duty members with larger files, which will help keep them active and out in the communities as well. Similar to Bassano, we've had some activity kind of surrounding like copper wire theft and oil field theft. The crime reduction unit was engaged, and they were able to successfully charge 2 individuals who were part of that trend. The other thing I'm promoting with the detachment members is just the public awareness side. So every time they go to that call, they're looking at like the physical security of a building. Serial numbers. Well, I'll go blue in the face talking about serial numbers and how we can use that to track and charge members of the public with possession of stolen property. I mean, that's all I can really bring forward to you right now, but I will bring any questions and concerns back to our detachment members.
Any questions specifically for Drum? Oh. Well, we appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you.
As I said, Sebastian Andrews from Bassano. I know I did speak. I just had some questions. Part of the engagement is we're coming into the new fiscal year of April, and I'd like to attach Wheatland in our reporting as well as Hussar. And one of our priorities with Hussar was community engagement by visibility, proactive patrols. So like Gleason said, we started in April as tracking of our proactive patrols. And for our detachment, as you know, in Bassano, crime isn't as high as Strathmore and some of the other bigger detachments. So we have more time to be out there on the road, for the perception, to feel safer, to see us out there. Now I only have 3 constables and myself and 4, so it wasn't possible for me to have every member go to each community. So what I did is I split it up so each member is assigned to a zone, and we do report our patrols. And since April, we had about 869 proactive patrols. But I would also like to know, for Wheatland County perspective, I'm looking for our priorities to be crime reduction, and in that crime reduction will be proactive rural crime patrols, as well as traffic enforcement, which actually helps quite a bit stopping. We recently, I did myself and Nessa, we did a random plate. He had a stolen vehicle. He had about $10,000 to $15,000 worth of stolen products as well. And it just happened because I ran his plate, because we were doing traffic enforcement. And realistically, if we hadn't have done that, we probably would have never caught him. He probably went to the next community. He had about 10 or 15 people's different IDs and credit cards that he was using. So these people do exist. So traffic enforcement does help us in that aspect, as well as community engagements. Although your school communities aren't in our jurisdiction, so Wheatland County Schools since moved to Hussar School, so we aren't responsible for that. We do have about 15 to 20 schools with the colonies, Bassano and Gem. But for engagement, that could just be us being actually in the community more. Because the truth is, for us to get to Hussar, it's about a 45-minute, 50-minute drive. Now, we do have great partners with Gleason and some of the outside. If we need more bodies there, they've always been great, and I commend them for coming and helping us out, especially when we have major files for us, like Rock Point and stuff like that. So that is a great partnership that we have available. Although I only have 4 constables, including myself, because we have an extra body, I do depend on Gleason and Brooks to help us in certain major files, and they've been great about that. So I just want to confirm that, are those priorities okay for you guys, or if there's any issues or concerns that we can add? Because I can always add them to my APP and report them to you, as what I've been doing with Hussar. I think it's very important, communication, engagement, and maybe in 3 months it isn't what you're liking, that's not what you want it to change, then we can do the best of our ability to make the changes that you need. As I said, there is no silver bullet to stop crime, but the best we can do is with intelligence, patrols, and enforcement.
And is that consistent with what you're hearing in that area? Is that consistent with what you're hearing in that area?
Yeah, they're, ours in your detachment area where I live actually.
Yeah.
Turn that on. Yeah, I'm getting more positive comments. The visibility is, there's more visibility. I know from the Drumheller side, I see them go by, like Glenn says, I see them go by my place every once in a while on the 564, which didn't happen 6-7 years ago. So it's up there. Whether it's stopping anything or not, I don't know. But like you said, where I'm at, we're half an hour, 3/4 of an hour from you guys. So Had lots of time to get in and get out.
And that's why we're trying to increase my members there to be there already patrolling. Because like you said, we may not stop the crime, but if we're in the area, it's a lot easier for us to respond. Like recently, if you know in Hussar, they have the big, I forget what it's called, but it's the baseball tournament where a bunch of people come summer. And we were there full time. I had everything set up. And literally an hour before I showed up, that's when there was a robbery at the, which we're working on with the reports with the report. So it's just us being there in time.
And that was very well received. Everybody there really appreciated that.
Absolutely.
It did, yeah, it did help. So everybody was quite pleased with the way that was worked out.
And it helped us too, because we were able to solve some of the issues that could arise because we were there. They knew we were there. So whenever we can get feedback of when your big event, that's something that I can plan to make sure that that happens in the future.
I just feel sorry for you guys when you have to do, some of you have been talking about the paperwork you have to do, and I found out that when you mentioned that break-in at the hotel, or coffee shop bar, just right around noon that day, I think it was 5 months before they finally got the okay to get the picture, the camera views from for the credit card use at the hotel, at the credit union, where they got, so like, to me, that's preposterous when it takes you 6 months to get the evidence you need for something that happened. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And actually, my member is the one who's writing the warrants. He's on his third warrant now because we found out where the cards are, but now they're for a U.S. company. So now we have to write an MLAT for the U.S. So it's a lot of work. And like I said, the camera system for that. So they, like the member who's dealing with you, he spends hours and hours just on that one little file. So it's just, yeah, definitely, it's a work in progress, but we're hoping to catch them because they did use their own card. So,
oh, well, good luck with it.
Yeah.
Ask the villages if they got anything.
Yeah, of course. Do any of the villages, municipally elected or CAOs, have any input that they'd like to share while we have everybody here? Any specific issues you've been dealing with in your municipality, or? If you want to just come to the microphone, you know.
Excuse me. I guess the only thing I just want to mention is with what Glenn had said in Rocky Ford, we certainly have seen far more presence of police with the watch clerk system. Whether it has deterred crime or not, I mean, we don't know that for sure, but the presence is there. The community sees that part of it. And, you know, we're one of the municipalities having to put in money for policing now. And no guarantee that there will be extra police officers in the Strathmore detachment. I would have just assumed put funds towards helping pay for watch clerks. Different discussion at a different point in time, though. But, you know, in Rocky Ford, it's property crime, theft. You know, we've talked about all the same issues here for sure. And I know everybody's doing the best job they can. It's the economics of the situation is why this crime rate's probably going the way it is. But the watch clerk system, I think, is something that certainly has to be maintained somehow, and to give these officers a chance to do the job that they intended to do when they decide to become police officers. I think that's all I got, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here.
Worship, if Jay and I may excuse ourselves, we've got a 3 o'clock conference over archives for them.
Just please know that you have the utmost of respect and appreciation, all of you, for the work that you do in our communities. It is appreciated, and I know sometimes you guys get it as hard as we do in the media and social media and members of the public, but you are appreciated, and we know that everybody's doing the best that they can.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for serving our community.
Hear, hear.
In response to your question, I think the UCP in their last budget, even though they reduced overall funding to Alberta Justice, they are adding 50 Crown prosecutors and additionally adding articling positions for students so that they can have more lawyers coming out.
As long as they come to our area.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be like a long-term process for that to be implemented, but.
And I did talk to Honorable Martin Shields, I guess, after this last week, there is something being put through legislation about a
rural
caucus.
crime,
And yeah, rural crime caucus. And I don't have the exact title of it, but it did go through
Yeah.
this last week.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any other comments? Maybe we can just take a break, and if you guys have a few minutes, we could just visit informally. We'll just take a break for 10 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We will call the meeting back to order. We'll move to 4.3.3, a development permit 2020-002.
Good afternoon. So this application is within the Lakes of Muirfield. It is for an employee dwelling or dwelling employee on the upper floor of the golf course, in the golf course clubhouse. So the parcel size is 170.51 acres because it includes the whole golf course. It's all on one title, but it's just the clubhouse that we're looking at. So as you probably recall, on January 14th, council approved an amendment to the land use bylaw to the DC7 district to allow dwelling employee as a discretionary use. So the same applicant is applying to now for the use, which has been allowed in the zone. So a dwelling employee is intended for occupation by an employee of the principal use, such as a caretaker, manager, or watchman. The applicant has been in discussions with staff to determine what safety code requirements will be necessary to accommodate the residents. And so he's going to be working on that. It's a discretionary use in DC7, as I mentioned. Some of the legislative review, Lakes of Muirfield Area Structure Plan allows for some relaxation, and staff or council didn't think that an amendment to the ASP was necessary with adding it to the zone, and staff do not feel that an ASP amendment is necessary for this development permit either. So that is our recommendation. We don't need to amend the ASP to allow this use. Our circulation, Alberta Health Services just said if the dwelling is to be used as an employee residence, the owners must meet the upkeep and condition of properties used for accommodation purposes. So they'll need to consult with AHS to make sure they're meeting those requirements. Staff proposed the standard 3 options, and we are recommending approval for DP 2020-002 for the dwelling employee. Among other reasons, we think that the recent land use bylaw amendment shows that there is a general support as it is allowed as a discretionary use in the zone, and that it does fit within the context of the area, which is primarily residential, and it does provide support for the golf course. So we have our conditions there, and there's the location along the golf course. There's the clubhouse. That was the site plan submitted with the application. Outside of the CMRB, and it is within the ASP for Muirfield. There's the circulation area within the hamlet was 2 adjacents plus 1 as per land use bylaw requirements. So it's going to be on the upper floor. It's 1,500 square feet. And there's a photo of the back of the building. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just make a comment. Thank you for getting through this. I heard positive things from everybody involved, so it's done very well.
Thank you. Council's wishes?
I'll make a motion to approve DP 2020-002 for a dwelling employee, subject to conditions noted in Appendix A.
Discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Golf should be there next year.
Transportation and Agriculture. Good idea. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So before you see the January 2020 report for the GM, of Transportation and Agriculture. Just some highlights. Most of the crews have been laid off, but we have retained a few of them. We still have some stripping to do on some of our gravel pits. We finished up a lot of the culvert work, as I mentioned in the last report there, in late December, and we're just looking at maintaining the snow clearing and that sort of thing now with the outside crews. We do have, with the interim budget, we have moved forward in ordering a lot of the equipment that was on that list. Hopefully getting it this year, mid this year. Looks like a lot of it, actually some of it's already arrived, so that's good news too. Getting ready, that's set up to move for the construction season. The tenders we're looking at releasing, we have released the Gleason Arena tender. We're having that close actually on Friday here, so that'll be for the upgrades internally there, and we're ensuring that that all gets done to avoid the ice season. So it's all in place for ice season in 2020 there. Tenders for the Gleason 8th Avenue improvement, the sewer line there, are going to be released within the next few weeks here. We're trying to get all these tenders out to catch the early pricing on this, and with the earlier interim budget here, we're able to do that this year too, so that's great. And just for Councillor Baker, an update on the whistle cessation. We're requiring 3 written quotes on doing that study for the engineering study to see if the whistle cessation is available on that or applicable. Okay. I'll bring those back to council when we have those, and we can do a decision on that if we want to move forward or not. And that's my report. If you had any questions, I'm able to answer.
Anything on the train whistle? Anything on the train whistle?
Yeah, so that's what I was mentioning, that we're going to, so the engineering company that we had has said there's a conflict of interest in us using them, so they've sent us a few other alternatives. Right, so we're looking at having some other options brought in. Like I say, it's not going to be a slow, easy process, or it will be a slow process, it's not going to be a quick process on here. So I'm looking at acquiring those quotes. For the engineering review, they'll come back here and we'll determine if that's something we want to move forward on or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the leakage at Carsland still? The water break?
With the leakage that was, there was a leak
there.
on the west side of the reservoir building late last year. We basically just isolated it off, and luckily a couple of years ago we looped that system, so we were able to
So it's not leaking?
reroute the water to the north. So it's not leaking right now. We're waiting for warmer weather. We can go back in and do that repair. So
perfect.
It's, still, nobody's lost any pressure. It's all operational as it should be.
Mike, where's this light going in at Rosebud?
In the waste transfer site? Is that what you're saying? Or?
Oh, the light, it said new street light in Rosebud.
Oh, sorry, that should be in the waste transfer site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had it on the budget for the last number of years to upgrade all the lighting in the waste transfer sites. Actually, this is the last one that we need to do. So this project will now be completed.
Any other questions under transportation?
Stop break and enters there. It'll stop break and enters there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They tore half the fence down one time. Put that fancy gate out.
Well, for pennies, right? Nothing.
Valuable.
Nothing.
One man's junk is another man's
Treasure.
There you go, yeah.
It's only a treasure if they take it. It's only a treasure if they take it.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'll move the report.
Councillor Armstrong's moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Alberta Community Partnership Grant application.
So this is regarding the CSMI, the Consolidated Stormwater Management Initiative. It's a group that we've been, as council's aware, with the last 10, 11 years here. This is a grant application that came up, and the county was requested as to be the managing applicant of this grant because we hadn't applied for one of these CRP, what is it called now? ACP grant, sorry. ACP grant in 2020, 2021. So we put our name forward. The grant has actually been applied for. The deadline was middle of last month, so we didn't have time to get it in for the council meeting. This is to hopefully ratify that decision to move forward in applying for that grant. Then the grant is $200,000 hopefully, and we'll be utilizing that for the planning of this stormwater management. Nothing about the construction, more just the engineering and that sort of thing.
Council's wishes?
I'll approve that we, administration submit for the Alberta Community Partnership Grant as a managing partner in support of the CSMI Regional Stormwater Management Project.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Here's correspondence in our package. Letter from Municipal Affairs regarding assessment. Letter regarding TIP. A letter from Justice to RMA outlining some of the information regarding the police funding. Letter from Rocky Ford outlining the use of the CRISP grant. Here's a letter from Canadian Badlands with a sponsorship request or opportunity. Probably address that.
Speak on that for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, so the Canadian Badlands is having their conference in Strathmore. And they're asking the Wheatland County, actually the Friday night gala will be just outside of Strathmore here at Rockenar Ranch. So they're asking for a sponsorship, and it would allow us to, our community or our EDO or someone to speak on our brand and our strategies. And I think it'd be well worth being said that it's in our area that we get to speak and get to be a sponsor in this conference. Yeah, some very good speakers. And the last conference was 2 years ago, and it was very well done. So I'd like to make a motion that we take the opportunity to put in the sponsorship or to obtain the sponsorship of $5,000 for the event. If anybody has any questions, I can try to answer them.
Any questions or discussion on the motion?
Strathmore sponsoring.
I believe they are. It was brought up at the Wheatland Regional Partnership meeting. I don't know for sure that they hadn't gone to council, but it was under the impression that it was going to go through.
Sure.
I think that Matt did a very good presentation at our awards night for the business awards for the chamber, and it was a good opportunity to have a voice, be acknowledged, and to have our logos and that we are participating in businesses, including tourism. I know there's the Wheatland Regional Partnership wants to talk to Lana about going forward, but we are a big voice and we are going forward. We're going through some strategic planning, some different ways of planning before the conference, and we're going to put some of them forward at the conference. One of them is including our name, because that's been heard a lot. But it is a big voice. It's 61 municipalities. Big chunk of Alberta. And we need, if tourism is going to ever get to where they want it to be as a revenue, they're going to need Canadian Badlands. Or we're going to need that group, whatever it comes in at.
There was also some discussion, we'll get back to the motion for sure, but we also, Donna had shared some information on the conference, and administration was just saying that if any councillors want to attend the conference, I think that are not on Canadian Badlands, we should have a resolution for that as well. We wouldn't need overnight stays because it's in Strathmore, but I think typically just board members would attend, but with the proximity, there could be consideration for that, so just a point of discussion. I think it was, yes. Like the conference registration fees are $295. I just looked it up. On Eventbrite.
Yeah, they've kind of got it set up a little different. They're not, it just includes the advertising and the workshops, the speakers. But, I mean, agritourism is what's going forward is agritourism. And we are agriculture, and we are at the gateway of the Canadian Badlands. I think it's really important that we're part of this. And not just because I'm part of tourism. I think tourism is a very good revenue for Alberta. They should be looking at it more seriously.
I don't think I'm going to be here, at least I'm sure hoping. And when the package comes out, there's usually a proxy in there. I can sign that voting so that being one of the three, I think, and that comes with a, I don't know, is there a charge to go for the conference if you're part of the committee?
Yeah, there would be conference registration fees.
Yeah.
I just pulled it up because I couldn't remember. The conference registration is $295 plus I think an Eventbrite fee. There's the cocktail networking reception in our municipality at the Rocking Art Guest Ranch. It's $43 on the March 4th. There's gala tickets and a pre-conference session is what I see on their website. Just like any conference we go, this is actually a relatively inexpensive conference compared to many that we attend, but.
Well, anyway, we'll get that proxy filled out so we don't lose our vote.
So first to Donna's motion regarding the sponsorship opportunity, is there any further discussion surrounding that? Silence, no further discussion, no questions for Donna? Okay, all in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
And is there any interest for non-Canadian Badlands members to attend the conference? Okay. Any discussion on the other correspondence? All in favor? Motion is carried. We did add 5.2. There was a joint letter addressed to Reeve Clark and myself from Minister Madhu regarding our meeting with him at RMA, indicating that his assistant deputy minister will be following up with administration. And I'm assuming administration will just keep us up to date as they hear more on that. That was around some of the MGA issues that we have with appeals and reapplication and that type of thing. So maybe just a motion to accept that as well. Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. I will move us in camera for our closed session items, legal matter with GFL, SEWA, CMRB, and Spring RMA. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you for this.
Yep. You, Sally?
Into town to get just ran into town to get some Alamias and I figured I'd stop. Are you guys all done now?
I'll see you back on the 17th.
I couldn't find anybody to do chores this morning. Yeah.
You entering?
Oh, well, maybe I'll join you just for, not super read up on the agenda.
time when we get there.
I was trying to keep count last
up early, you'd ask me that.
Sorry.
You know what, I tried the first one, and I couldn't get the, and you said you did something wrong, I couldn't get the logo to come up. That's the problem? No? Wasn't the problem? It followed it, but it didn't, you know how the link always goes in blue? It didn't. Oh, it's all black. Yeah. But the logo on my mobile didn't work.
No, the logos on your mobile won't.
It won't? Okay.
There's a separate email.
So I got that one working, and I haven't tried the other one yet.
Send me whenever you have.
Going to Palm Springs tomorrow, till the 16th. So I'll do it at the next. Yeah, no, the mobile works then, if you didn't want it blue.
There is a separate email that I sent.
Everything else is there, but now.
I did see that. Yep. We'll call the meeting back to order for 30 seconds. We'll call the meeting back to order, and I will move us out of camera. All in favor? Motion carried. And a motion to adjourn. We have no resolutions coming out of our closed session. Councillor Eckert has moved adjournment. All in favor? Motion is carried.